What's the name? Oh, here, can you? Oh, sorry.
They're just stacking up right there.
Yeah. Let's see. Ten A.
Thank you.
Yeah, just, yeah, give me 1 sec. Thank you. Oh, did you want to put your name on there? Yeah, thank you. You want to hand that to me?
All right, before we call the meeting to order, I wanted to mention, if you are interested in speaking tonight, there are pink slips and white slips on the side of both sides of the room. The white slips are for speaking on issues that are not on the agenda, and the pink slips are for issues that are on the agenda. So be sure to fill those out and turn them into the clerk if you're interested in speaking. We ready? Okay. I would like to call to order this regular Encinitas City Council meeting of Wednesday, December 20th, 2023 at 6:01 p.m. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lyons?
Present.
Councilmember Ayers?
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell?
Here.
Mayor Krantz?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present this evening.
All right, and if you'd all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Tonight we have two special presentations, and the first is a presentation by Zen City, which is a communications platform.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. My name is Lois Yum. I am the Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. To my left, I have the Chief Operating Officer of Zen City, Maurice Klassen. He is here to provide us a presentation and a live demo of the platform.
Thank you, Lois. Thank you, council members. As Lois said, my name is Maurice Klassen. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Zen City Technologies. I'm very pleased to be here to talk about this potential partnership with the city of Encinitas. Zen City is a company that is founded on the basic premise that the trust between governments and the people they serve is improved by having a better understanding of what residents feel like in a variety of contexts. And we focus on developing digital tools to better help governments, cities, counties, states, countries, better understand the residents they serve. And I want to start by with a brief presentation, then I'll go into a brief demo. But this is a great starting slide because it demonstrates that while we started in 2017, we now serve over 300 governments, everywhere from as small as 1/10 the size of Encinitas to all the to the way of London, England, as well as Los Angeles and Chicago, Illinois, where I am from. And all up and down the California coast is a number of these governments that are cited here on this slide. One of my favorite quotes is this one by Mayor Todd Gloria to your immediate south, indicating the platform of Zen City allows us to understand the needs and concerns of our residents to make the best decisions. I personally, before coming to Zen City, was the chief of staff for the mayor of Chicago for 2.5 years, where we used the Zen City tools. And what we noticed was similar to what the founders noticed, which is that community engagement is very difficult these days. It's hard to hear beyond the folks that come to city council meetings, which are very critical, but those folks that maybe don't have the time or the ability to go to those meetings. And oftentimes it takes significant resources for government to reach reach those folks. So it leads to a lack of understanding from government about how people feel. So in order to build trust, we need to engage in digital tools to better understand how residents feel. We have now developed a suite of tools that will be used by cities and counties across the globe. But in this particular case, 2 of those tools have been chosen by the city of Encinitas to be considered to be used by the city. The first is Zen City Organic, which is basically a way of cataloging all of the organic digital discourse that's occurring in your city at any one time. That could be the things that are being said on the internet, Facebook, Twitter, all that are publicly available, and all those things that people are saying to you directly, whether through emails or comments on the city's websites, or even your 311 data. And we catalog that into a dashboard that you can then use and look and see how people feel about various topics. The second is Zen City Engage, which is a digital portal which allows individuals from across your city to come to your website and engage in a conversation and learn about things that the city is doing. When we look at Engage, it includes an unlimited amount of unofficial sources across the internet, and then an unlimited amount of official sources from the city, and then a self-managed coverage of unofficial sources. We also look for smart anomalies, those things that are very, very positive, very, very negative, so that city officials and government employees can determine what's actually of most importance to residents. And we build those into custom dashboards, and we provide tailored data analytics insights from our insight data team. Engage, we have a multi-engagement projects being used simultaneously with simple templates and auto-translation that are available in 40 languages that you can then communicate with your residents. So let's take a brief moment and go through the platform. Let's see here. So when you go to the platform, and this is just a demo site, you'll land on this landing site, which starts with the organic tool that I talked about, and it shows the dashboard. You can actually toggle between 7 days, you can go with 30, you can look at an entire year of sentiment. You can look at positive, negative, or all sentiment. Look at channels, your official settings, your unofficial settings, and you'll look and see how things are trending, how people feel about a variety of topics. You can dive into any one of those topics. You can look at what are the most popular topics of the day, those things that are going on in the news. You'll be able to look into particular projects, which I'll drop into a minute, which actually allows your staff and your team to be able to know what are the #1 topics they want to look at and get alerts on. So you go over to the left, and you can look and see, well, let's drop into that news feed. And you'll actually see what are the top topics in the city or the region that are going on at that various moment. We can also use, and this is kind of one of my favorite little tools that's popped up recently, a ChatGPT press release generator, right? So you can kind of just start with your basic, let's say, fire alarm in Encinitas. We'll see what it generates. And obviously, this isn't going to be your final press release, but it allows you a quick use of ChatGPT to give you a draft of a press release, making it easier for you to communicate with your residents. Then we've got publishing. You can actually start to schedule all the things that the city wants to be able to share with its residents on its digital platforms, whether that's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of those dashboards. And then, of course, one of my favorite pieces, which is the projects. You can set up using our templates, whether that's on education, public safety, or you can develop your own. If there's a particular project that's of interest to the community or a particular interest to an elected official, so that you pay attention to exactly what's going on with alerts if dialogue or conversation is occurring that's outside the norm. And then this piece, which is our insights feed, which allows our team of data analysts that actually look in a little bit deeper at your request if you see something that's going on. What's the specific concern around a particular garbage project? Can we look at Twitter to do a deeper dive? Could we look at all of our emails to see what's the #1 concern that people have? It saves you time and saves you effort, and that's all done by our analytics team. So now let's pop over to Engage. Now here's an example of how a county uses our Engage sites, which is basically a series of digital portals, which we will provide you the website that you can link that lives native on the City of Encinitas site. And you build a series of projects, whether that's something very simple like, say, a swim team or an aquatics project, and you can just learn about what's going on. You can learn all about the timeline, the calendar. Residents can stay informed about a particular topic. Or you can even go so far as to develop a poll. So say, for instance, climate pollution reduction plan. Let's look at this project. And you can dig in and you can participate. Residents can participate in a series of questions that then result in a poll that's provided back to the city, which you can post online, and you can talk about what you heard from residents. What's great about this tool is if you look at, I'm going to go back here to the platform and go into Engage, how easy it is now to actually be able to manage all those tools from a city perspective. You actually can manage each project, you can manage what's going on, how many people are interacting with it, and then say, for instance, some of your staff want to be able to create a project very quickly. We've now created a system where you not only can do it yourself with just simple, paragraphs that you write, or you can, again, use, AI and ChatGPT to be able to use an automated setup tool. And you can actually pick amongst these custom template sets, and then ChatGPT will lead you with a model that you can then edit from there, which makes your staff able to save time. When you send an individual out to a community meeting to learn about a topic, you can send them home and say, I'm actually going to go back to my desk and send you out a poll within 30 minutes that's self-created and can be sent out very quickly, using saving both staff time and engaging residents on a more one-on-one, day-to-day basis and getting more feedback back to the community and back to you, which helps you better understand how your residents feel from a digital component, and then use that data to improve government performance and government trust. And so with that, I'd love to open it up to any questions.
Councilman Raylers.
Yeah, let's take the poll as an example. How does your tool choose who to poll? How's the target audience contacted, selected?
It's up to you. So you can either make it public, you can actually direct it at folks. Now, our system will actually limit the number of responses. You'll be limited to 1 per IP address, so you can't be bombarded or what we like to call brigaded by a series of by folks who want to be able to change the way that the poll is being done. But you control that. Okay,
but from a citizen standpoint, how would they see that come to them? Would it come through a social media like a TikTok, Facebook, and do we select which way it goes, and do we have to have the connections already set up in our city's social media, I would assume?
That you can use it on social media, or you can leave it on your website, which we help set up for you, or you can send it out via email and keep it private.
Okay.
Okay, I see no other questions.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate the presentation. Thank you. Okay, our next presentation is a presentation by the City of Oceanside staff of Beach to discuss Oceanside's design competition for their proposed beach sand replenishment and retention device project.
And Mayor, if I may, before the presentation begins, for full transparency, I'd like to make the community and my colleagues aware that my husband is an employee of the firm GHD who is running the design competition.
Jamie, is Jamie here? Oh, no. Yeah. All right.
Everybody, good evening. Thanks for having me here tonight.
Hold on just a second. We're going to get you some audio.
Really?
Okay.
That's like, okay. Is there,
Could try it again.
is there a presentation queued up? All right, good evening. Thanks for having me here tonight. My name is Brian Leslie. I'm with GHD. We're the manager, or project manager for the Beach design competition and for the consulting team. Jamie couldn't be here tonight. She sends her regrets, but I'll be representing the Beach project tonight. The Beach project is a coastal resilience design competition in the city of Oceanside. As you can see from this photograph, the city of Oceanside has a problem in that they don't have a beach over much of their shoreline. Over 2/3 of their shoreline looks like this on a 3-foot tide or higher. Despite the city placing a lot of sand on their beaches, which I'll elaborate on, the sand just doesn't seem to stick in these places of the shoreline. Our study, which was in phase 1 of this project, as well as at least a handful of other core-derived studies, pointed to the need for sand retention in combination with beach nourishment to solve this problem. So that launched the Beach design competition, and the beach is important for a number of reasons. As you guys all know, it's recreation, it's tourism, and it's coastal infrastructure protection. Okay. So that in turn launched the Re-Beach Design Competition. The primary goal of the competition was to restore sandy beaches in Oceanside with an innovative, multi-benefit project. The goal was to increase efficiency and extend the benefits of sand management, being beach nourishment efforts in the city. The why, like why do a design competition? We want to encourage innovation. We want to bring in local, regional, regulatory partners to help be part of the jury, to help decide what is best for Oceanside, but the region and also the state. Currently, there's very little coastal adaptation tools for the open coast of California. The only thing that people can agree on is placing sand. But beyond that, there's basically a lot of controversy. So we're trying to get past that and bring more tools to the state and the region. And hopefully we can showcase the solution for others at work. Okay. A little bit back to the problem and the problem with status quo within the city. The city has placed an enormous amount of sand on their beaches over the last 80 years. They've placed 20 million cubic yards of sand. Your upcoming Encinitas on the Beach project combined is about 1 million cubic yards of sand, so 20 of those over a 3.5-mile stretch of coastline, and you saw the opening picture. There's nothing much to show for it. So status quo isn't working for the city of Oceanside, and which has led them to seek different solutions. The Re-Beach Design Competition is comprised of a jury advisory panel made up of 15 members. Councilmember Lyons is one of them, representing the Downdrift cities, as well as Councilmember Warden from City of Del Mar. It's also comprised, the jury is comprised of NGO groups like Surfrider, Coastal Commission, special interest groups within the city of Oceanside, all kind of providing this like cross-disciplinary kind of panel of expertise to judge these concepts against or to provide insight on these concepts. Other pieces of the puzzle in the Re-Beach Design Competition, there's a project team as led by me and the consultant team, a city team led by Jamie Timberlake, and an internal multidisciplinary team of city personnel, as well as 3 design teams that we'll get into in these next few slides. Each of the design teams that we selected were given a number of physical, environmental, financial, social, regional design criteria to work within, trying to ground these international firms in our local context and so they understand what the city's after and what the region's after. We received 6 solicitations or proposals from design teams. We selected these 3, Deltaris USA and NVRDV, SCAPE, ESA, and Dredge Research Collaborative, those 3 teamed together, and ICM. These teams represent a breadth of global expertise, being from the Netherlands and the Deltaris example, SCAPE and ESA bringing a West Coast, East Coast, United States perspective, and ICM bringing an Australian and specifically the Gold Coast of Australia perspective to this problem. On these next few slides, I'll go through the concepts from these design teams. I wanted to disclaim that I'm going to paraphrase their work and summarize it in my words. If you want to see more and hear more about the nuances of these designs, I encourage you to go to the rebeach.org website, where there's 3 public workshops with videos from those design firms on there that you can watch. Okay, so at the top, we'll go into the Deltaris concept. Their concept is to build a peninsula, a 400-foot long or pushing out from the shoreline peninsula that can be programmed in different ways. The idea is it can be programmed in a kind of more urban waterfront way, which is shown in the top example at Wisconsin Street, in the present day conditions shown on the right. Or it can be programmed in a more natural way, where this is kind of an extension of the creek mouth at Loma Alta Creek at Buccaneer Beach, pushing out that creek mouth, restoring natural wetlands, and providing boardwalks and such for people to passively recreate within. The idea behind this peninsula is that it would slow sediment transport and capture sand on either side, depending on the season and the bi-directional transport that goes on in the city of Oceanside. The second concept is one from ESA Scape and the Dredge Collaborative. It is can be best thought about in two different compartments. One is the upland space conversion to a dune and beach area, and then there's the shoreline component to it. So as I started to get into the upland component is to repurpose the existing Tyson Street Park, which is a waterfront park with sod and a playground and a restroom facility. Repurpose that into a dune and beach area, which is shown in the lower right. I'm not sure if my mouse works, but bring in natural dunes, a beach area, some dune or natural inspired play areas like a dune play area, as well as a dog park on the right, keep the restroom. The shoreline component of the project is to build out a perched beach that is stabilized by large cobbles and boulders. It's a pretty good equivalent, local equivalent is the Moonlight Beach example, where you basically take that back beach where the volleyball courts are and the concessions, you push that, this concept pushes that out about 200 feet to make a beach platform that's stabilized by these larger cobbles and boulders. There's some features on the shore. These cobble crests are crenulate in shape, and the idea behind those is to slow longshore transport sand as it's moving in the north and south direction. And those crests are stabilized by offshore or nearshore reefs. The third concept from ICM is being referred to as a living speed bumps concept. It's one of two artificial headlands in an offshore multi-purpose reef. They drew inspiration from the pier abutment where the lifeguard headquarters is, where there's a existing kind of rip-wrapped, protected, the abutment. It's 150 foot long and it's U-shaped. That's that kind of yellow feature on the left. They're taking that feature, which they are seeing or kind of postulate is stabilizing the beach in that area. They're taking that and replicating it down the beach in those two gray U shapes. Between those features, they're placing a offshore multi-purpose reef that's purpose is to dissipate wave energy, but also provide ecological and recreational benefits. So those are the three concepts. All of the Re-Beach pilot project would the Re-Beach pilot project would broaden shoreline benefits through adaptive sediment management, all concepts. They're going to do these three things. They're going to increase sediment supply to the coast. They're going to better utilize sediment resources in the city. And they're going to be, each pilot would be adaptable or removable if it is unsuccessful. I'm going to elaborate on those points in these next few slides. First thing the city is doing to increase sediment supply to the coastline is they're leading offshore exploration in hopes of finding a good offshore source of sand that they can deliver to the beach. If you can find something that's adjacent to or just offshore of your beach, you can dredge it to the shoreline really efficiently and really from a cost perspective. So we're hoping to find a good offshore source of sand. The city has scoop permits like the city does, the city of Encinitas does, and has a few projects that they're pursuing that would bring some sand to the coastline. The city is also participating in the Regional Beach Sand Project 3 feasibility study, which is just getting underway, and is also participating in the Army Corps mitigation study for the Oceanside Harbor, which is kind of a long-standing study that has been rebooted in the last year. The city is also pursuing a better utilization of sediment resources. The harbor is dredged annually, but the timing of that placement on the beach and also the gradation really keeps that sediment from making it too far down the coast. It's placed in the spring, which aligns with the onset of southern swells on our coastline, so that really kind of works to push the sand back up into the navigational channel. So we're working with the city to try to find a way to either change the seasonality of that dredging or find a way to get that sand further down the coast where the city needs it the most. The pilot would be adaptable and removable as a condition of its approval. We've mocked up this adaptation pathway for the pilot, should it be constructed, and I kind of walk you through this. This is really generic, and it would be a point of collaboration with our our region and our downdrift cities to make sure everybody's on the same page and agreeable to the conditions set forth. But the first phase would be the construction of the pilot. And the first trigger would be if some adjacent beach was having a negative impact. And that would launch us into the first management action, which would be increased sediment management around the pilot or at the side of the pilot where the impacts are being realized. Should we not be able to mitigate impacts through sediment management, the next trigger would be met, which would then move us into the modification of the future management action. Should modification not be able to lessen impacts to a level of significance, then we'd partially or fully remove the pilot project. There's a lot of example triggers shown down below these T1 through 3. These are kind of generic metrics that would be, again, communicated and coordinated with the region. This whole adaptive management plan would be informed by monitoring. And that's something we've already started at the city. We've done 3 years to date of establishing baseline conditions. This is an augmentation to what Coastal Frontiers does as part of the SANDAG effort to monitor our shorelines. This increases the temporal and spatial component of the data. That data from the regions collected twice a year at like 5 sites in the city. This collects data at 30 sites from Agua Hedionda to Harbor Beach, and it does it monthly. So we're increasing our understanding of how the shoreline works through that monitoring program. And again, this feeds into the adaptive management component. This whole process, the Re-Beach Resiliency Design Competition, took place over an 8-month period, which we are at the tail end of. Last week we had public workshop number 3 and the jury deliberation. We are now gearing up for our special council workshop on January 31st. And there'll be a staff report that comes out that summarizes the jury deliberation materials as well as public feedback that was received during the design competition. And we'll come up with a recommended solution, recommended pilot to move forward with in the next phase. So though the design competition is wrapping up, there's still a lot ahead of us. We have at least 1.5 to 2 years of final engineering and design ahead of us, which includes environmental compliance, like a CEQA document that would go to the street for public review. There'd be the adaptive management plan would be, again, coordinated with the region to define triggers and management actions. So there'd be a lot more times to engage with us. So this is not the end of the road. Though I did want to mention that there is the public feedback form for public workshop number 3 is still active. So you can go to the Re-Beach website and fill that out. And it's really forward-looking. So it's like, what would you like to see in the next phase should this option move forward? So you'll be seeing a lot of us in the next couple of years as well through the SANDAG Shoreline Preservation Working Group, Littoral Cell Task Force that was launched as part of SANDAG subcommittee as well. C7 meetings, Regional Climate Collaborative, staff to staff. Feel free to reach out to anyone from the project team should you need, have questions about the process or the pilot moving forward. We encourage that. And we thank you for your time. Thanks for inviting us here tonight. Disregard what the Public Workshop 3, because that just happened, but the next council workshop is January 31st, and we hope to see some of you there. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, thank you, Brian and City Council and staff. I have a few things I want to say. Thank you, Brian, for coming in and presenting. I just want to remind people that I was given the okay to join this jury as an individual because I am the alternate on the SANDAG Shoreline Preservation Working Group. I understand ecology and nature-based solutions, and I was interested in what Oceanside was doing. I joined it as more of an individual than representing the City Council as a body. So I just wanted to be clear about that. We also had Todd Miro, who is our staff member in the room, who has been involved in following the process along as well from the perspective of staff, and he is our Coastal Zone Management Administrator. So we've been touching what's been happening there through staff as well. Brian coming here to present tonight is following up on what the council asked for me to make sure happened, and that is for the city of Oceanside and their representatives to come and report on the status of this process of the jury. And it wasn't until last week, December 13th at the workshop, that the final proposals were actually finalized. The process has gone through a lot of iterations, all with public workshops and public input. My reflection on it is that there's been a lot of opportunities for public input to influence how all of the three teams advance their designs to what they presented as their final work last week. And so the timing of you coming, Brian, to present now, I think is good timing for us to ask Brian more questions and also be clear about what the future is. And I'm glad you had some slides that talk about what the future and the opportunities for input are. I think our concern, and everyone in the littoral cell down shore from Oceanside, is how does that sand move, and why are we all having challenges with keeping sand on our beaches? I think the data that you're collecting through the monitoring where you have a whole lot more points of information, if I understand correctly, and maybe you can elaborate if people are interested in understanding, that is going to inform us all about how that sand moves. We may have a belief up front that the sand moves down from north coast to south coast, but preliminary information, and correct me please if I'm wrong, might be showing that the sand kind of shifts back and forth depending on the season. So the more we understand about that, then the better we can gauge, we as a region can gauge what Oceanside is proposing to do versus against what the impacts might be to us down shore. Thank you.
Yeah, and we did put this on the agenda as an information item presentation, so it's not really a time to dive into the details. I also think it's important to see how this plays out in that council vote. The City of Oceanside council vote is going to be very important. Councilmember Lyons alluded to the fact that the city, I think, at least from where I sit, I have reservations about what is being proposed, because essentially the couple of the proposals are going to be an impediment to southerly flow of sand. So this question about, and that's what we all understand, is that, the sand flows south. The harbor at Oceanside has always been a bottleneck. The jetties in Carlsbad at the Ataquitos Lagoon, these are all things that cause us to have to, pump sand onto the beaches because it's not moving quickly enough. So we need some marine biologists to tell us some important stuff, and so I welcome the City of Oceanside. This is a very creative opportunity that they've provided. I think there's going to be a lot of learning that comes from it, but as far as the City of Encinitas is concerned, we reserve judgment until a selection is made and it advances a lot further. That's how I see it. And I see no other requests to speak, so thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Appreciate
Be in touch.
it. Maybe you'll be back down the road a piece.
Yep.
Okay, moving on, we have oral communications.
And just
Items not on the agenda.
correct, I was just going to say, just a reminder, this is for items that are not listed on the agenda. Council will not take action on these matters, and you will have 3 minutes. First 3 speakers, Natalie Satoon, Scott Campbell, followed by Ellen Burr.
Kathy, may I ask how many speakers there are total?
Total of 8.
Thank you.
Hi. Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. I wanted to follow up on something I noted from Monday's Public Health and Safety Commission that I notice routinely with this council. Just last week, the council affirmed Allison as deputy mayor. On November 8th, we watched Kelly totally bamboozle Allison and Joy with the L7 SLA vote by raising doubt and making Allison and Joy believe a pending state requirement was coming down the pipeline from legislation and effectuating January 1st, 2024. 2023 legislation closed September 14, with all legislation being on the books by October 14, well before this November 8th vote. The city attorney confirmed he knew of no such requirement. How are 3 council members not astute enough to know when legislature convenes impacting local vote? Following up, I did a PRA and nothing revealed the identity of the attorney Kelly referenced working with over the summer. The mystery attorney who provided the erroneous information to Kelly, negatively affecting our city, must be reported to the bar for providing such bad advice. Tarquin, please follow up with me. This is my second request. How are 3 council people so uninformed with legislation that they actually made this decision? Our city manager and city attorney have failed to ensure city leadership has fundamental knowledge of government. You, as our city leaders, are taking our city down a path of failure, allowing uninformed council and commissioners to confirm votes lacking basic understanding of government. I fully believe a grand jury investigation needs to be opened to look into the fitness of our city management and council. On Monday, during the meeting, one of the PHS commissioners did not understand what a Brown Act violation is. Why are our city leaders not required to have an understanding of fundamental politics? What training is our city offering new appointees? It seems nothing formal. Tarquin, please see that this is immediately remedied. Please also mandate training along with establishing a code of ethics and a 2024 legislative calendar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, council, and the new deputy mayor. I hope you know what you're getting into with the sanitation districts. I saw the show. It's not pretty. So anyways, it's nice that the gentleman from Oceanside was here to talk about sand. I'm going to talk about sand a little bit too. I didn't get to show some of this last year. He showed Oceanside sand. This is charts of Encinitas sand. We don't do quite the volumes that they do in Oceanside. And what's interesting is the amount of yards per foot. The Stone Steps is really not going to give us that much sand per beach. So I'm just trying to set the expectations here. We got a lot of serious stuff coming up later on tonight, so we need some levity. But before that, I'd like to thank the city manager for some of the street cleanup that's been happening. And I noticed that the pumps are in place for expected rain. That's really nice. So this is a result of sand replenishment in Leucadia from a few years ago. It's all rocks now. It's actually safer. This kid's probably in high school now. You know, he got worked. He's getting worked. I'm standing there at the bottom. Should I save this guy? But his uncle and his dad were right there. He came out safe, and it was pretty fun. This kid here, he was in high school. He's probably a voter now in Encinitas, and he's playing around. This is the results of sand. After all that sand in Leucadia, there's no sand, and we have all these cobblestones. I just want to make sure we get the expectations. This guy's getting battered and battered by the waves. Just, you know, I don't know I like that V-reef thing. That could be good. And anyways, Cardiff Reef a few years ago got sand. We got a lot of stuff to go, so I'll yield my extra time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ellen Burr, followed by Christine Schindler, and then Mark Maville.
Good evening, council. That Zen City thing was quite informative. I just want to say that if you're not going to follow through on studies that you pay for and devote tons of city staff time to and tons of public time to, then please don't do it. It's not a good thing. And right now I'm referencing the in late October of 2015, the city commissioned a study to come up with a plan for the parks and open space. And about a year later, it came to the city council and it was adopted. And They did a survey they sent out to X number of people. I don't know how they chose them. And then they also opened it up to anyone who wanted to come and comment. And the comments and preferences were almost exactly the same. It's been a while since the study was done, but it was supposed to be good for 10 years. And as far as I can see in my 300 pages of reading, the thing they got wrong mostly was not anticipating the rapid, huge increase of pickleball demand and saying that the population was going to be X amount, whereas basically the population today is the same population that it was in 2015. But out of that report, the number one goal, improve facilities and amenities. And what does it say? Objective 1.1, preserve and acquire open space, beaches and natural areas. Develop an open space preservation plan, identify and explore opportunities to preserve and acquire existing open space, explore opportunities and programs to assist with the enforcement, yada, yada, yada. That was the number one thing. Get and maintain open space throughout all of the cities, through all of the age groups, through all of, even they split it up doing the work, families with children and homes without children. And open space still came out number one. The only place where it was a little wonky was with the Gen Z people who wanted more facilities like bikes and surf racks and better access to the beach. So the L7, I do not understand how you can expect the citizens of this city, oh no, I'm running out of time, to accept buying Hippie Hill, telling the infrastructure task force that there is no money for bonding, and at the same time declaring L7 surplus, and the only people you notified of that was the city, the county, and the state, where I think there's a real conflict of interest, and it was basically gutter service. You know what that means.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Christine Schindler, East Encinitas resident. I just wanted to come to this last council meeting of the year to just acknowledge and thank you for some things that are happening to make our roadways safer. So this isn't all-inclusive, but certainly wanted to mention a few things specifically. So with the repavement project, we have new pavement out there, makes it better for motorists, bicyclists, even makes it better for pedestrians. So I appreciate what I'm seeing as I move around the city. Vulcan, much in need of new pavement. We have it now. The NCC build means that our Manchester El Camino Real corridor is being used more heavily for bicyclists. And new pavement's gone down. We have new striping, much improved. I wrote it today. So there's some really good things that are happening as far as the pavement project. It happens every year, and I just want to acknowledge and appreciate that. You're supporting continued bike education, e-bike education. Not only is the city of Encinitas involved, but Sandag provides some programming both for schools and for businesses in our community, San Diego County Bike Coalition. So I just want to appreciate that that's happening more and more. We have a lot of activity happening on our streets, a lot of it happening in association with our schools. And I think it's just really important to continue that education. So I just want to acknowledge your efforts there. Crossing guards, that's a program that has been expanded. I think it's very important. It's encouraging more kids to bike, walk, and roll to school. And I certainly want to appreciate the joint funding that's going into having crossing guards in our community. So the city and the school districts are coming together to support that, and you'll be expanding it over the coming year, and that's wonderful. Last week, I was here to listen to the discussions about the safety enhancement projects that are being looked at for bicyclists. Unfortunately, because of the course of the meeting, it got to the tail end. and has been pushed into January. I'm certainly coming back in January. I'm sure many others will, because we're very interested in seeing these projects move forward, and I want to encourage you to support that and hopefully make it happen as quickly as it can. And then certainly with some of the new things that are being proposed, we'll need to do some education around that, and I certainly want to support those efforts as well. So I look forward to 2024 and what's going to come as far as roadway safety, looking at decreased speed limits where we can do that, definitely increased enforcement so that we can slow down our streets, make them safer for all users. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Christine.
Next speaker is Mark Maville, followed by Lily, and then Trina Priest.
Okay, Mark Maville, nice seeing you guys again. I am in the program 17 years. I know about sustaining momentum in my program, and you're sustaining some momentum against these cannabis huts, but you're not even trying to put an injunction in. You're going to have 3 more on 101. You already got 2 or 3 of them down here on El Camino Real, and every single one of them is violating. There's not going to be just medicinal going on with the TH level so high. You got the gummy bears, you got the flavored vapes and all that. It's going to be fentanyl in the back. It could be some other really ugly issues. And I don't want to hear that you can't do anything and call Newsom or whatever. He's ineffective anyhow, but to stop it, no, we're going to interrupt it. We don't need it in Encinitas, period. And being in the program for as long as I have, I've seen a lot of death, experienced a lot of people dying of fentanyl abuse. I know what the levels are. I know what the drugs are. I know how it's coming in, through Tijuana, from China, all that crap. And the sheriff have been doing a great job getting it quieted down. And it has something to do with you guys too. I mean, you're helping, support that. We don't need that. These kids are great kids. Go to church or read a book. There's got to be something else besides the home and away thing here, the cantinas, which personally I think their liquor license should be pulled temporarily for the way they've been conducting themselves. But that's a whole nother topic. But these things have got to be stopped, monitored. If they're going to stay, they cannot violate more than 2 or 3 times, then you shut them down, period. There's no messing around with it because it can get vicious, it can get out of control. When summer hits, you're going to have a mess on the streets. You just are. Now you can put your head in the sand and not even look around, see what's going on at 11:30 on a Friday or Saturday night. It's not as bad right now because of the weather and the time of the year, but you hit spring early and into summer, you've got Mardi Gras out there and dealers on every corner, and kids are providing escort services that live here. Dude, come on. That's way over the line. But the focus should be on monitoring, cameras, see everything they're doing 7/24. Give the sheriff a break and have at least staff them up so they can, take care of it. I don't know if that's part of what you do, but it's going to be a nightmare because this thing could get worse before better. It's getting better. As reported, DUIs are the only thing that are up. Everything else has come down. So as far as crime, but got to keep an eye on it. I mean, that's all there is to it. And I hope you guys kind of look at that, maybe roll the brake, and maybe put a magnifying glass on this one.
Thank you.
Priest, and then Rachel Graves.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lily, and I'm a college freshman home for Christmas break right now. It is very unfortunate that there was this new pot shop opened called the Cake House, and although the name is deceitful as for being a bakery, why do we have to be deceitful with the names of pot shops? My observation as a teen is that we are missing the connections between youth consumption of pot and mental health issues. Several San Diego and national family groups are collecting and sharing their stories regarding the loss of their children through suicide because of high-potency marijuana vapes and edibles. The opioid misuse epidemic occurs heard because the voices of family members were disregarded, and it's happening again. The risks of today's high-potency THC marijuana products and its effect on young adults' mental health are being ignored. And the impact of advertising, billboards, promotional materials, and pot shop glaring at us as we walk in the streets are overlooked. Perhaps the City Council should consider another ballot measure to eliminate pot shops. Now might be the time for our City Council to be counted among those trusted adults who are concerned about the harmful effects of marijuana on our children, teenagers, and the emerging adults in this community. You didn't do it in 2020 when you could have. Perhaps in this new year of 2024, we can make a change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council. I am Trina Priest, a middle school teacher and a mother of 3 teens. I came back, I was here in October to express my thanks for your efforts in supporting parents, PTAs and PTOs, San Diego Alliance, and city councils like Solana Beach, and other caring adults who made the celebration of our Red Ribbon Week such a success. Since a pot shop, just mentioned here, has opened here in Encinitas with the name The Cake House, and this city council supported the legislation AB 1207, I came to share some information regarding a very unfortunate event that occurred about 2 months ago in an Escondido elementary school. Again, just as a refresher, AB 1207 would have clarified the Prop 64 prohibition on the manufacture and sale of unprecedentedly high THC edibles that look like candies, cookies, beverages, and snacks that appeal to children. This proposition made it through the legislature, however, the governor didn't sign it. So on October 11th, 4 elementary school students fell ill after consuming a food product that contained THC, the psychotropic ingredient found in marijuana. Emergency responders were called to the school, the students were transported to the hospital, and at least one student's health outcome was devastating and may be permanent. With the opening of the pot shop in Encinitas, especially one called The Cake House, it is important to know that a significant portion of marijuana storefronts and online businesses' profits now come from the sale of highly psychoactive candies and snacks. In addition, e-cigarettes and vapes are often marketed with candy flavors or promoted with vibrant animation or even cartoon characters. It is the hope of Encinitas, parents, and educators that the city's code enforcement or sheriff will remove the high THC edibles that look like candy and cookie and beverages and snacks that appeal to our children that are prohibited under Prop 64 from our Encinitas pot shops. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last 2 speakers, Rachel Graves, followed by Elena Thompson.
Hi, my name is Rachel Graves. I was highly disturbed last meeting by the deputy mayor appointment. I believe all officials should be elected to their position. I do not agree with the trend that's become popular over the past few years wherein our council handpicks their colleagues instead of holding elections of the people. Our representatives should be voted in, not chosen by 3 or 4 Encinitas individually. What is it about all of these people in the audience that makes you think they shouldn't choose their leaders? Do you not trust them? Or would you just not like the outcome? I wholeheartedly opposed it when you, Councilwoman Hinsey, were handpicked to sit on our dais. I wholeheartedly opposed it when you, Councilwoman Lyons, were chosen by your 4 friends to sit on our dais. And I strongly opposed when Councilwoman Blackwell's opposed her appointment, because especially since she was chosen by 2 people themselves who had been handpicked. What kind of democracy do we have when only 2 of the people up here, Mayor Kranz and Councilman Ehlers, were originally elected to their position? So last meeting, 3 of you proceeded to choose handpicked Councilwoman Allison Blackwell to be our deputy mayor. So in case any citizens are not aware, if our Mayor Kranz were to step down tonight or not be able to continue in his capacity, Encinitas would immediately have a mayor who was not elected by the people. Encinitans, pay attention next go-around to the candidate's stance on this issue. 4 of the council people do not think you should choose your own council.
Good evening, and happy holidays. My public comment is about public safety in Encinitas tonight. And as part of that, I'd like to issue a special thanks to our fire, marine safety, and sheriff team, where Sheriff Captain Lawrence this past week did a presentation all about what's happening in Encinitas, and that was really helpful. So thank you all for your dedicated service and keeping local Encinitans safe, as well as informed of your critical work on our behalf. Encinitas is less safe than it's ever been, from what Captain Lawrence showed us and also what I am seeing around town. It's deeply concerning, even scary. I find I have changed how I navigate my life in Encinitas after being a resident for 36 years. This is not the fault of the sheriff. Clearly, our little gem of a beach town, however, is being heavily impacted by the homeless, excessive drinking, DUIs, assaults, drug use, burglaries, robberies, and shoplifting. Even last night, I was awoken at my Leucadia home at 11:30 by a sheriff helicopter looking for a man on the run who had stabbed someone on the 1500 block of Highway 101. We're at a tipping point. We're at a tipping point, and this is not good. The decisions and politics and policies of this city council and mayor have a sizable impact about what's happening in our town. That homeless outreach, DUI enforcement, and retail theft reduction is the focus of the sheriff, as he articulated this past week. In 2024, it tells you something about our town and the local reality. So in sum, I'd like to recommend the following for 2024. Fully support and fund our sheriff with increased funding and staffing for enforcement, deterrence, and to fund more license plate readers, where they recently convicted or caught a sexual predator in Encinitas. Imagine that. As well as red light cameras. Number 2, do everything you can to protect the residents, property owners, and businesses from crime and vagrancy and loitering on our streets. Number 3, crack down on the homeless. This is getting out of control. Number 4, help the CRC relocate to a better location. Our downtown and our residents cannot handle more homeless people in our downtown. And I just read that the CRC is hoping to expand their operations and serve more people. Our downtown is not the place for that. So cancel the JFS parking lot in Encinitas. This has been a problem and a magnet for more people here. Number 5, stop permitting more drinking establishments along the 101. Number 6, enforce our municipal code.
Thank you.
Please exert local control. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
That concludes oral communications, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thank you to all who came to speak. Item number 6 is a report from closed session. If the city attorney could please report out from our closed session held at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon, the City Council held a closed session. They recessed back out from the closed session at approximately 4:45. They discussed one case in closed session under Government Code 54956.9. The name of the case is Gilligan versus City of Encinitas et al. Case number 372020-0038879. And the City Council took no reportable action while in closed session. And that concludes closed session report. Thank you.
Thank you. And item number 7, changes to the agenda. Are there any?
Mayor, there's no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, the following items have been, have as a speaker, member of the public. Item 8D, 8G, 8H, and 8I.
Okay, so that leaves items 8A, 8B, 8C as in Charlie, 8E as in Echo, 8F as in Foxtrot, 8J as in Juliet, 8K, Kilo.
I'll move approval.
I'll second that.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8D, and the speaker is Mike. Is Mike here? Oh, here he comes.
Mike. Mike, you're come on
Come on
up.
up.
You want to report before you speak, or? Nope, he's going to speak.
Yeah, I kind of had a miss a right on part of my slip there anyway. Yeah, so talking about that company that comes through here with the tree trimming, street sweeping, and whatnot. I think we're talking, shit, what item is that?
Is that the item you want to speak to? 'Cause
Well,
that's
there's a
not this
couple
one.
of them.
Okay.
But G, H, and I.
G, H, and I, so 8D as in Delta?
You do not want to speak on 8D?
No, not important tonight.
Okay, why don't you sit there, and then we will take this one up, and with that, I would move approval of 8D.
I'll second.
Sorry, this system is stalling. Okay, was it?
Yeah, come on up.
I didn't see my time start, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, you're
sorry,
good.
the system's
We're having a vote here on 8D, and then we'll move on to 8G, which is the arborist.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we're on to the arborist contract, and you don't need a report, you'd just like to make some comment?
Yeah, I mean, they do a pretty good job of trimming the trees up top, but if we're paying any amount of money for their little street sweep services, that their little buggies that shoot through, it's absolutely atrocious. They'll run through with their vacuums on, but if those rotating brushes don't come in contact with the ground, they're not going to sweep anything up. It's like a waste of gas driving down the street just to turn around to come back and do it again, and to literally sweep nothing in the gutters. Literally just saw it on my street yesterday. And if we're paying anything for it, can we make sure that that company, SWA or SAW, whatever it is, or SCA, or that they have working equipment that obviously is under contract that I'm assuming that you guys are paying for with our tax dollars. Other than that, yeah, it's atrocious. It's laughable to see somebody drive down the street and the guy just did absolutely nothing. So respectfully, I mean, you know how hard I am with everybody down in San Diego when it comes to accountability and our tax dollars. I want to hold my own city a little bit more accountable too.
Okay.
Here we are. Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to shit where I sleep either. So to all you guys, Merry Christmas. And I guess I got one more I'm coming up on.
Yep. Thank you. Now, I will point out that this is not the street sweeping contract that we're going to be talking about. This is a West Coast arborist for urban forestry, so.
Well, either way, can we see to it that that company at least has operational equipment and that it works and that we're getting our money's worth?
Yes, sir.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Okay, thank you. So we are, I see no requests from my colleagues to speak to the West Coast Arborist contract, so I would move approval of.
I'll second.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing. Second.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a problem with the system tonight. Motion carries unanimously. It takes us to item 8H, and that is Mike.
Okay, memorandum of understanding with the EUS, the Encinitas Union School District for bike safety education. And you need a presentation, or you want to speak to, nope, ready to go.
So yeah, another huge problem in H and I, you might as well just piggyback these two. If there's any education going on whatsoever within these schools regarding bike safety on these streets, it is absolutely abhorrent. I can't tell you how many kids I see with maybe no helmet, no light, wearing dark clothing, and sometimes riding triples on a bike, doing maybe 25 miles an hour, in formation with a couple homies flanking. And literally one day I'm coming across Vulcan. They're doing the thing, coming down, hit the green light, and coming up here by the parking lot. And two girls tip. They go down. The dude that was literally right behind them went down subsequently too, head maybe 2 yards from my bumper. That would have been a fatal. Would have came on my drive time, my seat time, to a kid that I think has no respect for, obviously, the road. And many of these kids lack common respect for the weight of vehicles and the outcome of a vehicle versus a motorcycle. I mean, let's put it that way. A dude maybe that has a helmet on, full riding gear, that rarely ends well. Now we're talking about little kids on bicycles, e-bikes, that have zero knowledge of the road, zero respect, zero lights at night, dark clothing at night. It's like they lack the ability to understand, like, let's wear something bright. Let's maybe tie a reflector around our ankle. Let's maybe do something so that we can be seen, right? I mean, it's not to the point where we want to be dicks and say, no, you can't traverse around the city, right? Just like, hey, we're out here, right? Like, and very few of these kids are seen. Hang out right here across the street here at the park, right? In the afternoon, whenever they get out of school, whenever they're cutting across and they're cruising down here to the beach, hang out there in that park and watch them just blaze right through, up over the hill, down the, you don't have to go far. You don't have to go far to see that there's huge gaps in education and a huge amount of inexperience when it comes down to the road. And these kids are gonna start getting killed around here, and it's gonna suck.
Thank you. So we will take 8H, and I want to say to our mobility manager, Nick Buck, I appreciate your efforts to get this memorandum of understanding in place because we need to educate, and this is an important step. So I thank you for your efforts to get us to this point, and there's still a lot of work to be done. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what you just said. I think I've heard, I was actually just out of San Diegueño yesterday watching the traffic as they left. I know from being up here, I think I've heard almost every council member speak of multiple times where they have been down at one of the local elementaries, junior highs, watching the e-bikes in particular, and I've even taken to, every time I run into a constituent, I ask them, what's your latest e-bike story? And they're horrific. And what you just described is unfortunately typical today, and which is exactly why this item is here. So we can empathize with everything you went through there. We are out there. I can speak for myself. I'm out there, but I know my fellow council members are out there too. So that's exactly why this is here. So I would move approval of H and I.
Councilmember Lyons?
I'll go ahead and second that, but I also do want to report that we're making some progress. We have been providing education, and we do have consequences. When the students are cited, they do have to go to the training, and they do have to pass the training in order to be able to bring their bikes to school. Our Captain Lawrence did report on this to us recently. We're happy to see we're moving the dial a little bit. We have a long ways to go, and Mike, thanks for your concern.
Okay, thank you. We have,
Seconded.
yes, we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote.
And that was for both items
Yeah.
8H and 8I.
We don't have any other public speakers on I?
No, we do not.
Okay, great.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 10A, which is a city council discussion regarding outdoor dining as it relates to new state legislation, preliminary options from the coastal parking study, and desired modifications to current outdoor dining permitting processes. And we're going to hear from Senior Mobility Planner Jednak.
Yes, good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm Evan Jednak, Senior Planner, here to present item 10A, the outdoor dining discussion. So we'll start with some background. So the COVID emergency was ratified by City Council in March 2020, and in May 2020, the Council adopted a resolution to allow dining within right-of-way parking spaces and to waive parking requirements for outdoor dining. Assembly Bill 61 was a state law signed in October 2021 that provided further regulatory relief on parking standards and alcohol service. Our current temporary outdoor dining establishments operate under AB 61, and it was originally set to expire in January 2024. In October of this year, Assembly Bill 1217 was signed, and that extends AB 61 provisions until July 1st, 2026, or until a local permanent outdoor dining ordinance is adopted, whichever comes first. Regarding a permanent outdoor dining ordinance, the City Council initiated a permanent ordinance in March 2022, and the first step was to prepare a coastal parking study. The parking study is nearing completion, and staff has been coordinating closely with Coastal Commission on that. I will discuss the parking study options in a later slide, and the full parking study will return to the City Council for approval at a later date. So for implementation, we currently have two types of outdoor dining permits, a temporary use permit for private property and a temporary encroachment permit for the city's public right-of-way. Our code enforcement team developed a temporary outdoor dining inspection checklist, which was attached to the agenda report, and they conducted inspections over the last year. So at that time, applicants worked with our code enforcement team on any issues, and all the establishments were able to achieve compliance at that time. So as I mentioned, we are nearing completion of the coastal parking study, and here are some of the key options from the study that we are seeking preliminary council feedback on. So again, these are draft options and subject to any change based on the feedback tonight. So one option would be to limit outdoor dining establishments to no more than 25% of public parking per block. Another option is to establish a parking requirement of one space per 250 square feet of outdoor dining, which is less intense than the general restaurant requirement. And it's important to note that this would only apply to establishments beyond 1/2 mile from Encinitas Station. Within 1/2 mile of Encinitas Station, no parking requirements are allowed pursuant to Assembly Bill 2097. Another option would be to charge applicants fees to cover staff time, primarily for code enforcement staff to conduct regular safety and maintenance inspections. And the last option shown here is for applicants to pay a fee to lease public right-of-way parking spaces from the city to use for the outdoor dining. The cities of San Diego and Santa Monica have implemented lease fees, and Carlsbad is in the process. Staff is also seeking feedback from the City Council on any additional outdoor dining considerations that may be of concern. We have heard past concerns of safety, aesthetics, stormwater, and water quality. So for example, on aesthetics, the council may want to require uniform standards for aesthetic treatments to the barriers surrounding outdoor dining establishments. So we're looking for council feedback on any of these concerns listed here or others non-listed. Any council suggestions could either be implemented immediately or in conjunction with a future permanent ordinance. And with that, it's recommended that the City Council direct staff to extend temporary outdoor dining to July 1st, 2026, pursuant to AB 1217, or until the permanent outdoor dining ordinance is adopted, and also for council to provide feedback on the preliminary options from the draft coastal parking study, and finally for council to provide feedback on the current processing of temporary outdoor dining permits. And this concludes staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have some public speakers on this.
22.
How many?
22?
22. So if your questions are preliminary, that we will start with Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Evan. My questions are, the first one is, are we able to extend outdoor dining beyond 2026 with our permanent ordinance?
Yes, the permanent ordinance would be in perpetuity.
Okay, great. And then this 25% per block of dining encroachment, we have a few blocks that are more impacted than others. Is that recommendation coming to us from the Coastal Commission, or is that something that we have come up with?
No, it's something that we came up with our consultant that worked on the study. We have floated that option to the Coastal Commission, and they preliminarily did not have issues with it. But it was just, a number that we came to conclusion with our consultant on.
Okay. Any
It can
idea
be
how we
changed.
would uphold that if we have two businesses next to each other that operate at the same time and might be needing their own separate dining encroachments?
To be honest, we didn't get that far into the discussions, really.
No problem. And then my final question is that half-mile extension from the transit station where we wouldn't require the minimum parking requirement. Can we extend that if we so choose to be about a mile? Because it makes sense to me that it's within reach for somebody to take a bike, one of our B-cycle bikes. The half-mile just seems a little bit more constrained.
No, so that comes directly from AB 2097, which says that if you're within half mile of the coaster station, you cannot require parking requirements for anything, period. So no, we cannot change that state law.
But it wouldn't be within our discretion to decide not to require parking outside of that half mile?
That would be within the council's discretion.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
So you asked exactly one of the questions I wanted to ask, so thank you. On the parking spaces by block right now today, especially between D and F, what percentage of the taken over spaces have we gone beyond 25%? In other words, your proposal for 25%, would that force somebody to give up their spaces in particular between probably D and F?
I'm not sure the exact metric, but I believe so, yes. I mean, if you look out there now, it appears at first glance that more than 25% of some blocks are taken up.
Okay.
Correct.
And the rough count, rough order of magnitude, the number of spaces we have taken over, I think was 100 and something, but maybe some of those have been given back. So the number of public right-of-way spaces, how many is that number today?
So we did a rough count this afternoon, just using aerial photography, and we found that there's about 50 spaces in the downtown and probably another 10 in Leucadia for a rough estimate of 55 to 60 total.
That's the number. Okay, I thought the number was like 160 before, but I know some restaurants have given them up.
Yeah,
since the pandemic.
It was using satellite from September of this year.
Okay.
And again, it was just a really rough kind of count that we did.
And then did you also do a count in that same rough area where there's 50 for downtown? What's the total supply of spaces? In other words, how does that compare to 25%?
No, we did not do that.
Okay. But it's you thought it might be slightly over somewhat. Maybe we don't know exactly though.
Yeah, on some blocks, I would say it is over. Not all blocks.
Okay, great. That's my clarification question.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions. The first one is you indicated, Evan, that we have the temporary use permits, and we have the temporary encroachment permits. Those are both authorized under the same AB 1217, but we could bifurcate our decision based on the type of permit. I'm going to ask that as a question. If we choose, doesn't mean we're going to, but they're different use permits.
So, yeah, Councilmember Lyons, on in terms of the, looking at the council's actions under AB 61 and under AB 1217, I think that the temporary action would have to deal with both. But in terms of the long-term action, as you go into outdoor dining ordinance, if you choose to do so, then you could deal with those differently. And then I think there are some of the items related to aesthetics and leasing and things like that are things that, as a proprietary action, the council could ask us to do with the temporary on-street parking issues.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like yes, we could in the long term. You mentioned that, Evan, that we have 55 to 60 spaces that are being encroached upon.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you have, or would it be easy to find out, how many spaces we've added to that same downtown area over the last few years? And I'm just thinking of the new parking, that's public parking at the base of City Hall, that I know has become open over the last year or so. And if you don't have the answer to that, maybe that's something that can be discussed as we evolve our thoughts on this.
Yeah, we don't have that answer tonight, but we can look into that.
Okay. I think that would be important because I think the total number of spaces, both those that have been removed and those that have been added, would be an important number as far as the number of change of spaces. Would be important for us to consider. And I just want to kind of make a fine point on the tip of the pencil for the no parking based on AB 2097. That is a mandate from the state that we are not allowed to require parking for the uses within a half mile of the transit.
Mm-hmm.
So any new use that comes in as of a certain date, we cannot require parking.
Yes, that is correct for any use.
It doesn't really affect anything as far as the existing parking. We have what we have. It's just any new use. We can't require parking.
Even for existing establishments, their parking requirements that they may have previously needed to abide by, they no longer would have to.
Oh, and that's on private property.
Both public and private.
Okay, thank you for shedding some light on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of kind of setting expectations, there were, as mentioned in the presentation back in 2022, we had given direction to staff to begin the process of making these encroachments permanent. And so that's where the parking study came from. And it was in part driven by the fact that the legislation that allowed for the encroachments was going to expire in, I believe, on July 1st of 2024. And so we were working in that time frame, and yet along comes AB 1217, and it got extended again to 2026. But I think it's important that we have this conversation and explore the possibility of making it permanent instead of just kind of constantly re-upping based upon state legislation. It kind of speaks to the local control issue that we either like this or we don't, and we should be taking action accordingly. So tonight's conversation is intended to inform the process of developing a permanent solution, and so no vote that we take tonight will necessarily set anything in stone because we don't have the framework. That's what they're working to develop, but it's important conversation here and to hear from the public so that we can provide the direction as they've asked, provide them feedback, and to make some decisions about the direction this will go. And indeed, aesthetics and other issues, the use of public space for a private business, these are all things that I think are very important for us to consider as we're looking to the future here. So we're going to have some public speakers now, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. I don't know if anybody's donated time, but there will be time donations. I would say that I would remind you that we're interested in hearing what you say, but if the person before you says exactly what you were going to say, you're perfectly welcome to shorten your own speech. But ultimately, it's your opportunity to speak, and so we'll now call the speakers.
And just a reminder, if you do have time donations, the person donating time must be present. Our first speaker is Raul Villamar with time donation from Martin Villamar. Martin, are you here? Thank you. And then Margie Malanis, thank you. Followed by Vicky Bass, and then Troy Story.
Thank you, City Council, for finally getting the outdoor dining issue on the city agenda. I've been asking for a couple years already, and unfortunately, you have chosen to put this on a late December meeting. One of the busiest times of the year for the businesses, particularly the small businesses that are affected by our public parking places. You can see by our pictures, you want to just let it go? You can see by our pictures that have been taken downtown since these parking pods have been extended. They tell the realistic story of this situation that's been created by on a daily basis. I am here to request that you do not further extend the loss of these valuable needed public parking spaces to the restaurants and the outside dining pods. The COVID is now over. These restaurants have already had their dining on the sidewalk. For example, the Peruvian already has 18 sitting places without the parking pods. Plus, now that the pandemic has passed, these are still plenty of indoor and seating of all the restaurants. Why continue this loss of the parking spaces? Meanwhile, many of us have been losing 15 to 20%. My business is more. I'm over 30 to 40 to 50% of our businesses, which is tax paid to you less, probably less than the restaurants because of the lacking of because of parking. We are long time, decades long business established here and asking for your help. I've been here 45 years. Some time ago, we submitted a petition to which over 300 signatures and businesses and customers requesting that you reinstate the public parking and benefit to all our businesses. Where are the petitions and that we gave you? They are not shown on the agenda packet. Where are all those voices? Please do not extend the outdoor part of dining into the road and Publix parkings spotted into 2026. The choice is up to you. The state may allow the extensions, but you, as a city representatives, do not have to allow it. This gentleman said there was I went down the coast and I counted 168 on one side parking spots and 62 on the other side. You can see it that in the mornings, I've been there on the mornings, the afternoons, and nights for taking pictures. There's nobody out there. Right now, I said last week that it's going to start raining, it's going to be cold. Where are these people going to be? Inside, not outside. As you talked about Carlsbad, you talked about Oceanside, they have the garage doors and also the barn windows. Why can't you put those in instead? That's eating outside. And I still have 5 minutes and 20 seconds, 20 second. I have the pictures there. If you guys folks can start looking. The alley behind on Frontier Lane, on Founders Lane, is now, they told me it was an alley. Why is there cars parked back there? The restaurants are, why did they took up the parking spots in the front? Why do they get the choice to park in the alleys? Every single time there's pictures on here, as you can see here, they're parking. There's a corner behind Blenders that they're sticking halfway out into the sidewalk. These pictures, as you keep on going, I didn't think I was always going fast. You can see these things are going, they're empty. Where is these people? Where is these people? I walked down the alley, the street one day, and I had to wait for these people to go inside to sit down because they're outside waiting to be put inside. Nobody was outside. I don't go out there and just take pictures of just because I want to. I'm here because I'm losing business. The mall that I work at, you have a company, if you look up on the Encinitas magazine, you have two. You have the coin shop, you have the bookstore, and you have us, and then you have Thrifty Threads. There's historical. They've been there for past mine. I've been there for 45. The other people have been there longer. You have an article on the Coastal News. Miss Sheila Cameron, you folks just pick it up and read it. I don't know if you folks have read it. It's a great little article that she wrote. I applaud her and stuff like that on it. But there's pictures on there. Why is there, in front of First Street, why is there a big old dining things out there? Does that give me the right to put something in front of my barbershop? I have a couple people that have called me up and asked me if they can put a pop-up, sell food in there in the night. A couple weeks ago, I had to tell these people that they're cooking out in the front. I didn't know that. Somebody called me. I went out there. They were out there cooking and giving free food away. There was grease marks on the floor. If somebody slips, they had three bottles of propane there. Something happens. I called the sheriffs, no response. Called them again, no response. I went out to the last time, and I had to tell them they have to move. My wife did not. I made a mistake by taking my wife. She didn't want me to get into trouble. So I called the sheriffs. I finally went out and told them they got to move. They moved. I went around the corner, 7-Eleven. There was 4 patrol cars there. I don't know if Captain Lawrence got my email, but I haven't got a response, so I don't think he got it. But if you can see here, in the mornings, the restaurants are using some of their areas for storage. You have people there sleeping at nighttime. You have the homeless people sleeping in there at nighttime. This is getting out of control. When are we going to get our parking back? I am losing money. I don't know the news. We have cars parked on the sidewalk because they can't find parking. As you can see the Porsche there. It goes, I'm sorry, but if I'm throwing somebody under the bus, I'm sorry. But if your butt hurt, I'm sorry. But you keep on telling me all this kind of stuff. But if you see, I brought proof. I brought proof of these places not being used. They have storage there, you can see. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Vicky Bass, followed by Troy Story, and then Aaron Hebshe.
This is the second time I've been in here. Last time I tried to read something to you guys and almost had a heart attack. So now I'm just going to talk to you. I am the owner of Encinitas Coin and Jewelry. It is 48 years old, January of this coming year. That's 3 years, or 3 generations of my family, blood, sweat, and tears, working 6 and 7 days a week, trying to take care of our family. Because of your parking fiascos, of which none of you shop in Encinitas, eat in Encinitas, come down and talk to us about it. 2 of you have been down to talk to us about it, and that's just in the last couple of months. I've been trying to get you guys down there for 3 years. 3 years. It is a big problem. There is not enough parking. There is 176 spots that are not there, and that was counted 4 months ago. So if it's down to 55, I call balderdash. Nobody knows how to count. If you take 176 spots, 2 people per car in an 8-hour day, that's 2,816 people. You do that towards a year, that is over 1 million people that you're blocking. They can't come down there. If you come to our town right now and buy an engagement ring at my shop, you can't go around the corner and have a meal and celebrate. You have to go. Because you know what? You guys give a 2-hour parking limit. So you can't go grab a cup of coffee like I did, run down the street, grab a quick lunch, and run down the corner to shop for a quick gift. Because I got gifted with a $48 ticket from the city of Encinitas. You know, if I were a regular person, which was who makes up my clients, 48 years of them, they're from all over the United States. They're not going to ride a bike, which is what you want. That's what you told us. You want more bicycles and less cars. What are they going to do? Drive here from Kansas? I don't think so. So you're limiting our businesses for making a living. We were for the restaurants when they had to go inside, just like we were for the barbershop that had to cut hair out on the parking lot. But for Christ's sake, let's let everybody have revenue. You want to hear a number? Last year, I'm down $100,000. That's a lot of money for my family. $100,000. How many more people are you going to put out of business? I've seen far too many businesses in this town go out. Enough. Here
Thank
are
you.
172 more names we would like to add to.
Thank you.
couldn't come here because you did this Christmas week.
Next is Troy Story, followed by Aaron Hebsche, and then George Heidick.
Encinitas Council, my name is Troy Story, and I've been a member of the Encinitas community for 30 years. I've been an employee at the Shanty for 20 of those. The Shanty has always been loyal and committed to supporting its employees and the community. It helped to support my own wife and children through the pandemic. I'm here today to support agenda item 10A to extend our outdoor dining. First, outdoor dining has allowed us to employ an additional 19 staff. Further, we are able to support local food vendors who do not have brick and mortar businesses. These jobs help sustain Encinitas community. Without the outdoor dining space, we would lose all of those employees and not be able to support our vendors. In addition, we have been able to build stronger relationships with our neighbors, as we often share our patio space with them outside of our own operating hours. It has not impacted parking, neither has it has rather increased foot traffic, bicycle traffic, carpools, and also bringing additional business through that foot traffic. Gratefully, due to a larger and more diverse customer base, we have also been able to make donations to charities such as Toys for Tots and 1904 Cadets, as well as support our local Encinitas Fire and Sheriff departments. In conclusion, we hope to continue providing additional revenue to the city of Encinitas through the use of our outdoor patio space. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I've got a slideshow. Should be under Aaron Hebsche. There you go. Thank you. Aaron Hebshe, Leucadia District 1. Good to see you this evening. Parking requirements weaken cities in subtle ways. They distort transportation choices towards cars and thus increase traffic congestion, air pollution, and energy consumption. They reduce land values and tax revenues. They damage the economy and degrade the environment. They debase architecture and urban design. They burden enterprise and prevent the reuse of older buildings and increase the prices of everything except parking. Next slide. And this is 100% a choice we make. We have the power to shape how our town looks. This is Freiburg, Germany. They made a different choice. Next slide. Closer to home, we have examples of car-free or car-light avenues, such as State Street in Santa Barbara, Fifth Avenue in San Diego's Gaslamp District. Next slide. We have a long way to go to get people-centered downtown that could really be a boon to our economy and local quality of life. So it blows my mind when I hear people say we need more parking, not less. In fact, parking is abundant. Using Encinitas Barbershop as an example, sorry to pick on you, Raul. Here is the 200-meter radius in red and 200-meter walking routes in green. It's a 2 to 3 minute walk to Raul's Encinitas Barbershop. You can see the parking in purple. Within that distance, there are literally hundreds of parking spaces. We're constraining our city's evolution with this parking obsession. Let's put a moratorium on new parking footprints, continue to transition the existing parking footprint to more people-friendly infrastructure, and use the remaining parking footprint in more efficient ways. Here are 2 examples of how to do that. Next slide, please. Under AB 2097, we already talked about that today, municipalities can no longer mandate parking within half a mile of a major transit stop. So within that footprint, existing businesses and residences are no longer required to provide parking for their exclusive use. The owners can instead choose to allow non-patrons to park in their location. They can also charge and then validate for their own patrons if they desire, or they could put up pop-ups in their parking spots and not use them for parking. Second, let's build a community parking benefit district with meters in the high-demand spots. San Diego City Council just approved 2, one in Kearny Mesa and one in San Ysidro. Meters encourage turnover, and revenue can be used to fund streetscape improvements or, next slide. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, there it is. A 101 shuttle up and down the 101 to increase access. A few last comments on staff options. Staff option number 3, it suggested no more than 25% of parking spots per block could be used for streeteries. Why should we limit ourselves? And as Kelly mentioned, what if every single business wanted it along their frontage? Who gets excluded? Staff option number 4 suggests for those outside of the AB 29 footprint that businesses to create a streetery has to create additional parking too.
Thank you.
Let's get rid of that requirement too. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is George Heidick, followed by Hannah Booth, Jean Chapo, and then Mark Maville.
I had to fight my way out of my house. My family doesn't want me to come here anymore. 36 years. I've won one battle between this city. 1 in 36 years.
That was recently, wasn't it? Was that the one that we just had?
No, I don't even remember it. I'm getting too old for this. Probably the only good thing, if I get a heart attack, my people can sue the city. There you go. Let me get going here. Hold on. Listening to you and the applause tonight, I can already see that I'm fighting a losing battle here, but here goes. This city has a history of cowering to particular influential organizations such as the Bicycle Collective and the building industry, to name a couple. Now it appears that the bar and restaurant crews have joined the group. Let's address the current issue, the COVID-related bonanza given to our eating and drinking establishments regarding their appropriation of a public road as if some divine right in the downtown area. The COVID panel is over. Forced masking is not required any longer. Bars and restaurants should not be able to claim precious limited public property designed for autos, trucks, buses, bicycles, parking, among other uses, which benefit the general public as well as nearby businesses that don't profit in this fall in one's lap privilege. Let us believe that you are not looking at this recent temporary Highway 101 infringement as a permanent source of tax rent revenue. Give the public their street back. Residents supported you with their vote, not eating and drinking establishments. If not, it's akin to highway robbery and you are the culprit. As Mayor Kranz said recently, nothing good happens after midnight. Just ask your sheriff about the alcohol-related incidents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, George.
Next speaker is Hannah Booth, followed by Jean Chapo, and then Mark Maville.
Hi, good evening and welcome. My name is Hannah Booth, and I am a San Diego native resident, as is my father. I was fortunate enough to grow up a block from the beach, spent 90% of my time outdoors, enjoying the natural beauty this city has provided us. My family is chock full of devout surfers, and the importance of respecting and protecting our resources was instilled at a young age. Both natives and newbies alike agree that we all share something special together. The reason we deal with sunshine taxes and overcrowding is to be able to take advantage of outdoor life year-round. Biking, hiking, and playing are the norm for us all. With COVID came mixed blessings, but we are able to enjoy the outdoors and reunite as a community face to face, despite the hardships we all face together. I encourage the residents of Encinitas to stand united, to protect our outdoor patios, and to prioritize people over parking. As our community grows and faces new challenges, such as parking, we also find new solutions, such as expanding rideshare accessibility and the explosion of e-bikes and sustainable transport. We are a strong and tenacious group of citizens and will continue to find solutions to these issues. Regardless, I am sure we can all agree that a deep love of this city runs through us all, and I am passionate about retaining and improving outdoor access to us all. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gene Chapo. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. There were a whole bunch of things that I wrote down that I'm probably not going to speak to because of this parking issue that I was completely unaware of. I want to first talk about streetscape. We spent $60 million in downtown Encinitas streetscape to build our streetscape, to make uniform improvements to our streetscape. 25% of that now we're just going to throw out because we want to build Gilligan's Island on each one of those for each of these various restaurants. I think that a wiser thing to do, and I'm a big advocate for outdoor dining. I think it's absolutely excellent, and it's a really wonderful concept and something that our downtown certainly should include. But my concept is that we shouldn't dedicate outdoor dining to every restaurant. Restaurants come and go. Retail establishments come and go. Don't dedicate it to one or the other, but in every block, let's create some dining area that is open and available to the public. It's public outdoor dining. It doesn't belong to any restaurant. It belongs to all of us. We can use it at any time. With that, also, the city has the opportunity to design it in keeping with streetscape. Design it to a higher standard. The standards that I see out there now, I don't need to go there, but they're really, it's really unsightly. It's blight. And it really needs to come down or done properly, one or the other. But I don't think, I think that these various right-of-way improvements should not be tied to landlord improvements or the various tenants and landlords, because they come and go all the time, they change their minds all the time. They might want retail to be a restaurant at another time, and you can't treat everybody fairly. So treat everybody fairly by making everything public. We can provide it in every block. I'd also say that staff has recommended that there might be some fee that the restaurants could pay in order to use some of these areas. And my feeling is that that fee certainly ought to include that money that we're losing for the streetscape that we put together so carefully. That streetscape, by the way, took more than 2 years to do in 3 phases and put a lot of people, it was an encumbrance for an awful lot of people to try to use our downtown in the middle of all of that chaos. So now that we've gotten past that and we have this beautiful streetscape, now we're going to jam it up with all of these rafts. They look to me like the rafts from the rafts they had at Disneyland to get to Tom Sawyer's Island. That's what they look like. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gene.
Next speaker is Mark Maville, followed by Scott Campbell with time donation from Natalie Satoon and Rachel Graves, who are present, followed by Nico Sugias.
Holy shit, I'm tired. Mark Maville, you guys just aren't getting it. You want to expand it. That's ridiculous. The things that are enveloped here, not only is COVID over, that's obvious, but the kids that are riding down that street are at risk. You've got to get them a fighting chance. Those barriers aren't necessary. Take everything inside. There's no real benefit for it to be out there now, and take it down and start deconstruction. If I was running the show here, Tony, I'd say January 1st, we're going to start deconstructing, and you're going to pay to have that stuff taken out. We did you a favor. We didn't charge you any lease, right, is what you said? That's what you said, right? Then get it off the street. And then I don't know what you do with the wood, but it's not necessary. I was at Better Buzz the other day, sat there for like 3 hours. One other person came out there, and everybody else was inside, just as that one gentleman was talking about. It's not necessary. You just push the clientele inside. It doesn't matter. They can wait, you know, and they're not going to run away. If they really want to go, they'll get in line and wait, but it's not necessary. And aesthetically, it's horrifically looking. This Encinitas has been deemed the best beach community in the state of California. You want to keep it that way. We got the sheriff. Are these guys still here? All right. Here that protect us and take care of us. And you got to have the mindset of you're proactive, not reactive. You don't wait till it becomes an issue. We had the kid die. You said you're going to take care of stuff, do your striping and your symposiums and all your education, all because of that day, of the emotion of that day. That's bullshit. We know that's bullshit. Get the parking, get the damn stuff off of there, free it up. Those businesses are hurting. That's where your tax revenue is coming from. Let the people park in there. You can't see that benefit if you're like this. No, go down there and take a look. Get that trailer out from in front of First Street, get it the hell out of there. All that crap that generates things where people are sleeping out there, it's not a benefit. They don't even use it once like 7 or 8 o'clock hits. It's not even necessary. The Persian Place doesn't need it. Push everything inside. Capacity, take it in. And I don't know what you're thinking here, but there is no reason to have it existing any longer than to start the deconstruction on January 1st, 2024. You're going to take another 2 years and have these businesses suffer another 2 years? My business, thank God it's mobile, because I wouldn't survive, and I would just have a real hard time with this. So, I don't know. I just, you can't write checks, you can't cash. You guys said you're going to take care of it. Here's the permit. Don't extend any further. Block it. And that's how you do business. That's how you run government. So, either you do it or you don't.
Thank you.
Run it like a business.
Okay, as usual, Encinitas Citizen Review Panel has some wonderful information to help you with your decision. We've heard some good stuff tonight. Okay, first off, there's some points of emphasis. This is about making money for the city. The city's losing money. We need money. This is a revenue source. We haven't made money for 2 years, 3 years on this. There's permits, inspections, public safety, there's stormwater issues. You know, I'm not the bad guy here. The council going back to 2020 is the bad guy. Their decisions have led us to this point here. As typical, the council waits till the very last second to make the decision. We've done this with grant funding. We do this with this. This keeps on going. I'm going to talk about encroachment permit. I don't have any beef with the temporary use permits. It's about the temporary encroachment permits. According to the permit, the seating needs to be 6 feet apart. The seating needs to be the same as what they had before. The same, not extra, the same. They need to have independent LED lights. That means no electrical cords strung across or other places. And specifically, these umbrellas have had to be 80 inches. I've complained about this in the past. I've shown you pictures. I've shown pictures of getting hit. This is a serious issue. I hope the council starts enforcing the permit application rules. Councilman Ehlers asked about fees. We have some nice information for you. I added it up. I counted 87 between D and F. And 40 dining spaces. You know, we can go on and on. There's no actual paint on some of this, so it's really hard to tell. These numbers are close enough. I also showed a chart of current retail rents. We should be changing. This is premium space. It should actually be higher than the retail rates. The highest one is 244 North 101, $750. Maybe we should charge that. I would say $350 is fair, but we should be charging a lot of money for these premium spots. Who makes the money? Who's benefiting from this? You can say some restaurants, happy people, happy Encinitas citizens. For every one of those people, I can find a person that will not go downtown at all due to the crowding and the other things. I guarantee it. We talked about parking ratios. That was asked. Here's some hard numbers on both sides of the street between D and F. We are substantially over the 25%. Somebody's going to lose. Some of these places are going to have to go. How are we going to decide who stays and who goes? Maybe we should have a bid. Other places do that, open bidding. That would be a very effective. The other gentleman mentioned open seating. That's a win too. I would actually say sidewalk the whole thing. The sidewalk is too narrow. I had lunch in La Jolla yesterday. Their sidewalks are twice as wide as ours, and yet they still don't have any street dining or patio dining. I don't get it. Now, there's an inspection checklist. Staff over the summer says they went to every place and every place passed. I dispute this, and I'm going to show video evidence of this. There has to be a clear space, 8 by 6 inches. I actually have a thing here. I'd like to hand it around. This is an official imaging template that was used. The inspection says that these pieces need to be free of trash. I've shown, how many times this year have I shown major amounts of trash in these things? And there's also the lighting. Talking about the permits, here's a list of some of them, not all of them. And some of the places are in compliance right now. Many of them are out of compliance. How are they even able to exist and be open and run if they do not have a valid permit, if it's expired? I don't get it. The city refuses to enforce its rules. This isn't about feelings. This is about procedures and processes. The city has gone through great lengths to write these rules, and then they ignore them. Other commenters talked about ignoring things too. DUI, a lot of people have talked about safety. Here's some hard numbers. DUI is up substantially in 2023 over 2022. And I have to ask, why is this? I say it's because of street dining. I don't know where the people came from. I don't know where they're going. They won't say. Drunks are smart. I'm going to go out on a limb, and based on the data that Captain Lawrence showed, from that 77% of people that don't say, based on the other data, take 15% of that 77, add it up. That's a huge amount of people that are coming from restaurants. I'm not even saying people from bars. This is just from restaurants. That's a lot. Is that what we want as a city, to encourage this kind of behavior? Okay, so now let's go to the good stuff here. So that template, these facilities all pass. The one in the middle bottom, it doesn't really pass the size, but because it's a real gutter, I'll give them that. That's an A+. These gutters fail terribly. Upper left, that's Roxy Restaurant. Upper right, that's First Street Bar. That's the truck. The truck is blocking the gutter. It's been doing that for how many years now? 2 years. It hasn't moved. Lower right, that's Cuero Restaurant. I think middle bottom, I think that's Union. And lower left, that's actually in Leucadia. So it's not only the downtown that violates. And some of these places are truly ugly. By the way, these pictures are all from last weekend, last Saturday morning. These are fresh. I've seen some other pictures tonight that are not necessarily fresh. These are very fresh. This is, I'm not even going to name the restaurant, but they block the gutter completely. There's a dangling light. That's a safety hazard. There's broken glass. And even the handicap tape is ripped up. It's terrible. The gutters and filth, that's on the list. Somebody's had to clean this. There has been lots of improvement, but not every facility has done this. Is this what we want to live in? People eat there. The permit specifically says no power cords. It's battery operated only. Every single one of those has electrical cord of one way or another. But I can't believe that this is allowed on our sidewalk, taped. This is a safety hazard in any kind of production or facility, and look, that tape's not even down. This is serious stuff. This isn't about feelings or restaurants or employees. This is about basic city following its codes. Something's going to change. Something serious is going to change. This place, their gutter's good, but apparently the unsheltered person missed. Now, what's really sad is right up above this, there was a nice young family. They were eating. They were in the very closest seats, and it smelled really bad. And I stopped, and I looked at them. I stopped, and I looked, and I wanted to say something, but I didn't. They knew what they were doing. This is bad stuff. This is a public safety hazard. I wish that our Public Safety Commission would handle stuff like this instead of other issues that I heard them talking about this week. ADA accessibility. Here's two places that don't have any kind of ramp. This is a code violation. I don't know how these facilities claimed to pass inspection. How did this happen? Anybody remember these guys? This is almost 100 years ago. I feel like these are the guys running our town right now, especially on this issue. Thank you.
Nico? Nico will be followed by Steve Gilman, Allison Wolchowski, and then Kathleen Lees.
Good evening, Mayor, excuse me, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Nico Sugias, and I own two businesses in downtown Encinitas, Charlie's Electric Bike on 101 and F, and Charlie's Foreign Car on 2nd and F. We have a parking dilemma in downtown Encinitas, and I have a front row seat. I've been working in downtown Encinitas every day since I graduated San Diego High School Academy in 1999. I'm very proud of what the city has offered all the restaurants during COVID-19. It saved the restaurants. Without it, most of them would be gone. As we get back to normal, we need we need restored access to downtown. I'm not an advocate of making the dining pods permanent. The lack of parking has put an overwhelming amount of stress on my two businesses. I don't believe the city is acting in good faith and protecting all of its citizens by leasing out public property used for access to downtown. This allows only one business to prosper, while it's negatively impacting many businesses. If I felt like my businesses were prospering from dining pods, I would be an advocate to allow them free access to the public space forever. If the dining pods are voted in forever, the Coastal Commission is requiring the city to recover the lost parking, Now that, a real quick side note, that was from before what I just heard him, this gentleman say, which might be a little bit different now, so I don't know, but I'll read the rest of it. I've seen the city's proposal on the regaining of parking that came out this last summer. It requires putting in diagonal parking throughout every street in downtown. This is a great negative impact to the business district, as I envision confusion and delay with deliveries and other critical services being delayed by making our streets much narrower to accommodate the diagonal parking. I'm adamantly opposed to diagonal parking in downtown Encinitas. I do not like it at all. We need the parking back so every business can prosper. Thank you for listening.
Steve Gilman, followed by Allison Wolochowski, Kathleen Lees, and then David Creviston.
Good evening, council. You know, it's really sad when the clapping is trying to help every business, and the big clapping is from the restaurants that have gotten all the advantages. None of you went through what I went through. None of you lost a business during COVID. I was lucky enough to have a salon that was closed. Couldn't put 28 hairstylists out in the parking lot to cut hair. That wasn't allowed. But you guys got how many years of free space, free rent?
Sir, could you address the council? Thank
Free
you.
avenue? And it's just sad, too, that Raul, that does hair, I love respect, my wife's a hairstylist, he knows the parking numbers. They're doing the count, and they don't have an accurate number of how many parking spaces are used, percentages. I don't go to downtown anymore. It's too hard to park. You know, if we have this utopia thing, everyone's gonna ride bikes, how many people rode a bike tonight? I didn't see any. Maybe a handful came after me. How many people did a ride share? If we took the amount of parking spots out of here at the city council, how far would people have walked to come to this meeting tonight? If we had taken out 25 spots, 50 spots, 25% of the spots out, because the lot was pretty full when I got here. And I think it's sad. It's sad that we can sell alcohol in the parking spots that are designated for cars. We can put pot shops in downtown Encinitas, but you can't smoke in the stopped car in Encinitas. I don't understand where our theories are going. I mean, we allowed the homeless to be there that didn't see what the drains, but to see the filth, and we're not keeping it up. You go to other parts of the cities and the coast, they don't look like it does with orange barricades. It looks like crap. I'll be honest, it's not attractive. It doesn't look good. And I feel bad for the business that's been here for 30, 40 years after losing my business. Them not having parking, they're not gonna be here in years. If these restaurants can't make their income with the lease space that they had, then they are not doing their business they should have. They should have done their due diligence. They should be able to afford and make their money off the square footage that they were allocated, and not anymore, and not taking away from these other businesses that are excluded. They suffered, they were shut down. They weren't here during that time. And we gave the restaurants that space because they couldn't have an inside business. Now they can. Now it's time for them to do the right thing and give the spaces back to help the rest of the businesses stay in business in downtown Encinitas and stop excluding and making it only advantage to them.
Okay, wait, I'm really short, okay. I think, is that okay? Do I need to, okay, a little closer, okay. Good evening, Mayor Krantz and members of City Council. On behalf of the Cardiff 101 Main Street Association, the businesses within Cardiff, and the residents within our community, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you to please take into consideration the different types of outdoor dining. We in the Cardiff community would like the City Council to consider differentiating between public property encroachment and private property use with regard to outdoor dining. We understand that this is a complex issue on the public property side of outdoor dining, and my organization is not going to be weighing in on the public property component whatsoever. However, we do feel it is extremely important for the City Council to look at public property and private property differently because there is a precedent within our city to do so. The Sheriff's Department has different protocols in terms of private property versus public property. Permitting within the city is different for private property versus public property, and outdoor dining should be no exception to those two examples I just provided, which we also saw. Our organization has been working with many of the restaurants which have been taking advantage of the private property use permit. Some of our businesses rely on this outdoor space as they are still trying to survive with the inflation of labor costs, goods, and expenses from extremely high rent. The fact that they are getting more square footage is helpful to keep them afloat and our community vibrant. Bestawan Pizza House, recently under new ownership, values the expansion and sees it as part of what they purchased. Tower 13 makes over 50% of its summer business on the outdoor patio, which is crucial to their survival. And with regards to parking, the Lost Abbey, East Coast Pizza, and Trattoria Positano's private property use do not take up a single parking space at all. With the rise of e-bikes, ride shares, and golf carts, our restaurants have seen an uptick in these modes of transportation, which help to alleviate additional parking problems. There's a special feeling you get when you visit these outdoor spaces. At the Shanty now, you have an amazing view of the Pacific Ocean, which brings that space to life. When you dine outside on in the patio under the lights of Trattoria Positano, you can see the stars. And at Kai's restaurant, you have a view of both the lagoon on one side and the ocean on the other. This chance to dine outside at so many places that we didn't have the opportunity to do so before enhances patrons' experiences as well as the people walking by who can also enjoy the community feel. This outdoor dining has done so much for our culture in this community. And again, for the Cardiff community, which only has restaurants where use is on private property, this outdoor dining significantly increases the quality of life for Encinitas residents and the quality of the experience for many of our visitors, and the financial health and viability of our locally owned businesses. On behalf of our Cardiff community and private property dining within Encinitas, I implore you to support the extension for private property temporary use, however it can be done based on the questions that were asked. Thank you.
What she doesn't know is that you can lower the whole thing. That cool? Thank you. Kathleen Lees, I live in Leucadia. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Miss Entil, Frizzonesi, sorry. Anyway, I live in Leucadia. It's time for Encinitas to look like a cute little beach town again, not a construction project. We don't throw away the beauty and the charm we achieved with Streetscape. Projects that were vetted, planned, and paid for by the entire community, not just a few restaurant owners. The character of this area, both downtown and in Leucadia, has been completely changed, and not for the better. When restaurants are serving customers in parking spaces, they're not only getting more access to customers, but more access to whatever parking is available. Not fair to the restaurants that don't have extra serving space, not fair to other local businesses, people who live in the area, visitors, or the many special events that happen along 101. The issue is not whether it's nice to eat outside in Encinitas. If we want to encourage outdoor dining, we should integrate that into our plans for future development. It's never been illegal to provide outdoor dining. Parking requirements should be the same as in-house. We just shouldn't change downtown to accommodate it. I made notes and they're not coming together correctly. So, parking places are used 24/7, not just on busy tourist times. I've noticed that too, being downtown, how empty those places are, and then you drive by at 10 o'clock on Friday night and they're all jammed. People love coming to Encinitas because it's charming. Most of our charming parts are old and have been around for a while. Don't sell our community character for a temporary whim that is ugly and only benefits a few. You can already see how temporary can become permanent with this going on until July 1st, when I am, I think, the only person no, I'm not the only person. I'm one of a few people wearing a mask. So I want to thank you too for, at the end of the year, for all of your hard work. It's amazing to me how much you go through to get elected in the first place, and then how hard you work for what is basically a volunteer position. And I know you all bring your heart and soul to it, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Creviston, followed by Joe Vandenbrick, Mikhail Barker, and then Mike.
He didn't raise it back up for me. How's that work? Like that? It only goes down.
No.
Oh, you rigged me.
You can push it up. You just have to hold the button.
Yeah. The button. That button.
Just hold it. Yeah, there you go.
Hey. Technology. People helping people. I love it. All right. Who's going to donate some, right? My name's David Creviston. I'm owner of Beer Garden of Encinitas. We've been in business there for 11 years. And I'm here with my business partner, Gabe, and many other, as you can tell, the restaurant owners, people in the industry, that this has affected incredibly since the COVID epidemic. I want to say thanks to everybody here tonight. I appreciate your guys' time, not only on this issue, but all the issues you guys tackle probably on looks like it's like this a lot of weekly basis. So you guys have big jobs, and I appreciate everything you guys do. Everybody here seems to be very proud of this great city. We did receive, I know the young lady said she had 170 people there. We had over 2,500 people in support of this in 3 months. So it's not just some restaurant owners trying to, what other people had said here, but thousands of people have talked to me about it in the last 3 months alone, as this topic became a little more hot. I did want to talk on a few other positives that I've seen, and mention a few things for my employees as well, which we did talk about, or nobody has mentioned. Increased jobs, financial stability for people in the area, a place for people to go and talk outside, like many of the ladies had said here as well. I did notice that he had said, I think the barber fellow, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but he has, I think you guys have some dedicated parking in front of your place that I drive by a lot. We used to have that, now we have the seating as well, but you'd said it's not normally busy. During business hours it is. I think when you were taking those pictures, it must have been in the morning before we were open, but it's the first place people sit and the place they enjoy the most. Like the one the young lady said, I think it was people over parking. Hannah, was it? The additional revenue obviously is a huge deal for the city as well, for many other things upcoming, projects. For the city to have extra revenue is always a good thing. And if we do need to work on making them look a little prettier, I don't think there's a person in here that wouldn't want to work with city or create a little better look, and safety as well, if that is still a concern for everyone here. There is quite a bit of Whole Foods parking as well. I do agree parking is always tough, but a lot of people, you might want to mention to your people that come to your stores, the Whole Food parking is right underneath you as well, and there's always a lot of openings underneath there. So I got my chicken scratch here. So some people did mention Uber and Lyft. I think some spots dedicated to those for people to have a little easier access would be a great thing. I do notice people kind of having to run across the street because the Lyft or Uber can't park. I think that would be a great addition. Looks like I'm coming up on 5 seconds here. Other than that, I guess that's all I got for now. I appreciate you guys' time, and again, try to ramble through that fairly quickly. So thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Vandenbrick, I think is correct, followed by Mikhail Barker, Mike, and then Rochelle Collier.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time. Wrote a few words here. If I have any time left, I'll ad-lib here. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council and fellow residents, my name is Joe Vandenbrink. I've been a resident of the Encinitas and Cardiff area for over 15 years. In general, I'm all for keeping the outdoor dining, largely because part of my job is I travel all over the country and I work in different communities for different reasons. And whenever I'm asked where I live and I say San Diego, everyone's just like, wow, you live in paradise. And that's the most accurate definition I could ever give. To double down on that, I live in the greatest community in San Diego. And with that, I found the benefits to people's morale, especially after going through the COVID-19 pandemic and the way that it affected people on, existential ways. People got deeply into, various negative habits that affected them. And I've seen bigger smiles and happier people with the opportunity to dine and be outside in areas that they weren't allowed to for so long, in an area, in frankly, the entire country, that we have the greatest, most idyllic weather out here. We should be taking advantage of it at all times. With that said, I think everyone's touched on the invariable proliferation of rideshare, e-bikes, and golf carts now that can't be overstated as a safer means to travel for so many and reducing the amount of parking required. Even this very council voted to build a walking path, the rail trail, along the train tracks, engineered underpasses to help accommodate the very people that we have opted to enjoy the paradise-like weather and walk, bike, or e-bike to stores, restaurants, bars, and more. For that matter, let's remind ourselves that the areas in Cardiff in question here are known as the walking district. And as a current resident there, I can attest to those hills being punishing more often than I want to admit. That said, I think that as a council, your guys' main job is to be a steward of the enjoyment and the entertainment that this community has to offer, and not just the convenience of people's ability to park closer to something. Most everyone here has driven down the 101 before any of that outdoor dining existed, and the opportunity to find a front row parking anywhere was almost non-existent well before all this existed. So walking a few blocks is beneficial to everyone, and I think that we should all just focus on the overall benefit. And I think there's been conflated issues about the homeless issues being tied to some of this outdoor dining. Those are different issues, and I agree homeless issues should be addressed. And beyond that, I think we all see the same thing, that the overarching benefits of this far outweigh the detriments. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mikkel Barker. To give you a little background, I'm from Hesperia, California. Not a lot of people know where that's at. That's near Victorville, outside of Barstow, about 30 minutes south. An outsider looking in, living here now and enjoying the outdoors, as most of them have already touched on, is a paradise and a luxury that not a lot of places get to have. I am an employee of the Shanty. And someone here earlier said that it's not about the employees or these other people that are involved. It is. I'm a new hire, and as Troy kind of touched on, I'm a part of the new 19, and if this does get taken out, I probably will be let go. So I want this to be an opportunity to kind of speak on that and hope that everyone understands that this does involve not just the people that are from Encinitas for 40-something years, that this is from people from the outside coming in, jobs, stuff like that. We do have a lot more people walking and ride sharing with the outdoor seating due to our parking being taken. That's a really good thing for us. It doesn't encroach on anything with the city, and we've seen a ton more revenue from what I've heard than anything else. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mike, followed by Rochelle Collier, and then Sheila Cameron.
Good evening again, Council, Mayor. Just two little things that just kind of irritated me earlier. This guy came in with this presentation and showed a picture of Germany, and he said that Germany made a decision, and yeah, they certainly did. Brown shirts and 6 million Jews. So can we not be anything part of Germany for just starters? Another thing, another comment about nothing good happens after midnight. Let me think here. That fails to allow community to be built. And not to mention, it's not too inclusive for those who may suffer from insomnia. It is a problem with some people, and some of us need a place to go, right? And to take things away from places that had so much taken away from them before seems a little extreme. Now, there's problems with public property, private property issues. Through all this, many restrictions, building restrictions, permitting issues have been laxed for people to put, granny flats in their house, on their properties, increasing the density in our population, right? But there's not been any streamlining of the permitting processes for businesses that perhaps may want to expand their walls, may want to do something other into their footprint, right? So I think a lot of those issues a lot of these issues could solve themselves. Yeah, a lot of these businesses have the need for outdoor seating, or maybe they need that extra few seats during their business hours, right? Well, if there's a way for them to expand their seating or maybe reconfigure their footprint inside their dwelling, why can't we ease those restrictions? Why can't we ease that permitting process? Right? Like it's amazing here that in this city, if you want to build a home, it takes at least $100,000 down payment or security deposit that the city then holds for not 1, but usually 2 years in some account that collects revenue, interest, and then at such time that money gets handed back to that owner, no interest. So whatever scam that seems like that's going on here, can we at least release or ease some of those permitting restrictions and allow some of these businesses to make that expansion, make the necessary space adaptations that the rest of the city is allowed for residences?
Thank you.
Rochelle Collier. Rochelle will be followed by Sheila Cameron, and then Doug. I'm not even going to attempt your last name, from the fish shop.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Okay, I'm going to do this, and I know I should have done it at the beginning, but I want to thank you for the little piece of property on La Costa Avenue and Highway 101. I told Bruce and Tony I would thank them in public. And anything else you do, I have to forgive you. And also, Allison, I'm very happy you're our deputy mayor. Go Leucadia. Okay, so now there's two sides to this story. I understand the restaurant business is still not, oh, it even moves that way.
There's a button
It's
there
awesome.
too, but
Thank you. I love to eat outside. Mike and I love to eat outside, always have. I moved here from Connecticut. And this is a long time ago. I was 21, I just turned 73. So I think it's good to eat outside. But what about the other businesses? Now, being that I'm 73 years old, I have friends that are in that age group, and we're active. I used to be on the Main Street Association. I'm on Leucadia Town Council. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in my life. I'm not pathetic, but I don't ride a bike, okay? And I'm not going to ride a bike from Leucadia to downtown at night to go to a restaurant. So we have to think about the people that, okay, it's great to say we want to be like Germany, but they have transit. They have subways and trolleys, and I was just in Paris. I mean, it's so different than what we have. So I think what we need to do is remember that all these other businesses that are there, they're just as important. I want to go to Prager Brothers and get my bread, and I want to go to Coast Highway Traders and all the other places that aren't a restaurant where I can sit outside. And I know we want to be in bicycle utopia, but I just don't think we're there yet, because we've been asking for infrastructure for 20 years, and we're struggling with it, okay? So I guess that's all I have to say. I love living in Encinitas. I love living outside, eating outside and living outside. But I just think we have to consider all the other businesses that rely on this city for their well-being too. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple of statements up front. All of the restaurants along 101 have outside seating before the pods ever went in, and all they have to do is slide back and enhance those, and the city could do something about cleaning all the sidewalks too. Keru Restaurant, for instance, has 18 outside seating places without the pods. That's a lot, plus their inside seating. Okay, I'm the one who wrote this. Make 101 parking fair. If you haven't read it in the Coast News, anybody, please get it and read it. Otherwise, you all have it because I sent it to you today. It's in your packet. One other thing, the streetscape for downtown Encinitas took over 2 years. It got the Outstanding Awani Award, which is given to very, very, very few designs. And the guy who did it was Michael Johnson, and he's a designer. Last time I talked to him, he was in Thailand. His favorite part of the city, funky Leucadia. Okay. I really think it's important, it's great that the last 3 years during the COVID pandemic that the restaurants in downtown Encinitas have thrived. Some have even cut their hours. All good news for this particular segment of our downtown businesses. However, other downtown businesses, as you've heard, have sacrificed in equal and opposite measure. They've lost customers, they've lost money, and a reduction of 20 to 50% of customers during this period. And the city of Encinitas has lost taxes. These businesses all pay taxes. Well, the pandemic is over, which you've heard over and over tonight. It's time to go back to pre-pandemic business normalcy. All businesses can then recoup some of their losses. The restaurants have clearly recovered, and it's time for other businesses to have the chance to do that now. It is 175 or more parking places that the restaurants have occupied. They are public property. By eliminating these public parking spaces, it has created a domino effect. They've been elbowing all the businesses on 2nd and 3rd Street. All the east-west alphabet streets have lost parking to people on 101. That's a fact. Mayor and council members, you need to consider the long-term results of your actions. Please restore the balance and equity among the downtown businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Doug, followed by Sarah Shapiro, Brittany Corrales, and then Matt Delvecchio.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Doug Stanamovich. I'm one of 3 owners of Encinitas Fish Shop. Back in March 2020, I had to lay off a little over 50 employees there. On top of that, I laid off another 300 employees at locations in San Diego, Carlsbad, and Oceanside, of other restaurants I'm involved with. All of my places survived because of these parklets and outdoor seating. I keep on hearing people say that COVID is over. The side effects are as strong as COVID was. The cost of doing business between the cost of goods, labor going up, is stronger than I've seen in the 25 years I've owned restaurants in San Diego area. I can guarantee you 100% if we lose our parklet at Encinitas Fish Shop, I will have to lay off at least a third of my employees. And a third of these employees are local SDA, LLC, La Costa Canyon High School kids. My wife taught 1st grade at St. John's on Encinitas Boulevard for 13 years. I hire half of our employees are her former students. We also hire all these kids when they come back from college for summertime, for Thanksgiving, Christmas. They have their jobs back. I won't be able to hire any of these people back. without these parklets. And by the way, the parklet cost $75,000 originally because of the inflation. And then we've recently spent another $10,000 bringing it up to code for Encinitas. I do agree with a lot of the speakers here that those orange rafts are as ugly as can be. I'm not going to speak for other businesses, but I would love for the city to come in and figure out a way at our cost to cover them all the same, make something look better. My mom lives up in Long Beach and Belmont Shores area. They had to cover all their ugly safety protections to look the same, and it looks a hell of a lot better than downtown Encinitas. I'm also open, and I'm not going to speak for other people, of working out some sort of lease, for this parklet space. But again, I can 100%. I will be laying off people again. We are finally at pre-COVID levels of employment right now, and that I'd like to keep it that way. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Sarah Shapiro. Sarah will be followed by Brittany Corrales and then Matt Delvecchio.
Good evening, Encinitas town leaders. My name is Sarah Shapiro. I've grown up in the San Diego area for the past 25 years, and I'm passionate about the Encinitas community and doing what's best for our community at large and for our local businesses. I urge you to think about any times that you may have participated in outdoor dining here in Encinitas or just in general. Those times that you feel the sun on your skin, laughing with your friends and family, or maybe you have a pet that you want to bring outside, sitting with a nice coffee, or bringing your dog to a restaurant. All of these things would go away. Outdoor dining has curated a positive impact on our community, both socially and economically, which would be all lost. We are passionate about keeping our patios and the great times and memories they provide. In a time where it is so difficult to reach a consensus, the decision to keep outdoor dining in Encinitas is something that the majority can truly agree on and hope to continue benefiting from, regardless of age, race, gender, religion, or creed. Thank you for your time, and I ask for you to please let us keep our patios.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much for dealing with this controversial issue. My name is Brittany Corrales, and I am a former director of Leucadia 101 Main Street Association. So I was given the opportunity in years past to interact daily with a variety of our business owners and residents, all the way from Cardiff to the Alila Maria Resort in Leucadia. Over the past 2 years, I've been extremely curious about people's thoughts on this issue. I have directly asked approximately 200 plus residents, patrons, and business owners about their desires to either eliminate or keep the patios and under what parameters. In asking about this topic, I made an effort to ask the difference between these persons' feelings of the public right-of-way, AKA city property, and private property. Many people felt the same. They wanted to do what supported the majority of small business owners. I asked these people what we could do to alleviate the parking tensions, which are clear from tonight, from both business owners and residents who feel that they have been neglected, seeing as they have less parking for their vehicles. Here are the two most common reactions I've gotten over the past 2 years of investigating. One, almost every single person I've asked has spoken to were in support of making the outdoor patios permanent as long as they were made safe, disabled friendly or handicap friendly, that they were not encroaching on their neighbor's space or ability to market the neighbor's business, AKA signage, and that they were in support of those who wanted to seek permission from their neighbors to set up a space outside of their specific business parameters or square footage. The second common answer, which was a much smaller number, approximately 8 to 10 of the people who I've spoken to were either on the fence in supporting the patios or bothered by the less number of parking spaces in downtown, or they weren't in full support of making the patios permanent. They thought the city council could restrict the number of spaces to not encroach, or restrict the number of businesses who were able or not able to encroach on the parking spaces or public right-of-way. The other suggestions were the city should acquire spaces in or around the downtown to build small 2-level parking spaces or parking structures to allow for more spaces for more visitors from either out of town or those wishing to drive, not walk or bike from their homes. Another suggestion I heard a lot, well, sorry, thank you so much.
Thank you, B.
Mayor, City Council, thank you. My name is Matt Del Vecchio. I am here tonight to represent myself as a local resident. I'm a parent. I'm a parliamentarian at Pawlecki PTA. I've got 2 wonderful kids, but I'm here tonight also to represent my business, which is Duckfoot Brewing Company. We are new to the Leucadia area in terms of our location, but we've been here in the community for about a decade. And I disagree that COVID is over. I had it 2 months ago. And the after effects of not just being sick, but the consequences of what that did to my business had great financial impact, and 2020 was probably one of the hardest years that we've ever any business owner had to be and deal with. We lost a lot of revenue, but since then, the after effects have continued, and we went from having to deal with that into an inflationary period that I've never experienced, and I don't think anybody else has experienced. So just to give you an idea, our costs went up 30 to 40%. And so we lost pretty much all of our margin, and we have not bounced back. I've heard a lot of people say that all of the restaurant owners have bounced back and we're making a ton of money. That is not the case. We are struggling now just like we were back in 2020. So in short, the parklet is a very, very important part of our business. We probably have 1 to 2 parking spaces, and we can seat 8 people out there. And the residents that come in, one of the other things I heard a lot of people here tonight say is that the parklets are only benefiting the few restaurant owners. The restaurant owners are conduits for the community, and we are the voice here tonight of the hundreds or thousands of residents that come through our restaurants. And we have overwhelming support from that community that the parklets are a very important part of our business. So lastly, the orange barriers are very ugly, and we should take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude public speakers, and then we did receive 24 slips in support, but that didn't all wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. I see some requests to speak, but we are at 8:45, and maybe we should take an opportunity for a short break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thanks to all the speakers. I appreciate the feedback, and as you can tell, there is a lot of passion on both sides of this, so that's not uncommon in our city. And with that, I think we should kick off the conversation here amongst council members, and first up is Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Yes, thank you to all of our public speakers who so passionately weighed in and gave us a lot of food for thought. I'll get us started here as the council member that represents the downtown district of Encinitas, and somebody that was on this council when we originally approved the dining encroachments. I've heard a lot of issues tonight, especially from those who are not in support, that I really think that we can work through with a permanent ordinance. I think it's pretty well known that I've always been a supporter of outdoor dining and of these encroachments. And as I wound my way through the campaign trail in 2020, that was something I heard time and again from my constituents was, we love this, please find a way to make it permanent. I couldn't make those promises at that time because we were constrained by the state laws that govern our land use in the city. But now there's a trend towards allowing cities to continue doing this. And that's what we've seen with our neighbors in Solana Beach, and that's what we've seen in Carlsbad. And so I do feel that there's a trend, and if you read our public support letters, if you read all the letters that we received about this item, there's a landslide of comments in support for a variety of different reasons. So if we were going to vote on this as a city, I think we would vote to keep the encroachments. So that's going to be my vote tonight. Just a few thoughts, because this has been a long time since we've seen this item. But one thought is that if we hadn't been open for this option during COVID, I can't imagine what our downtown would look like now. How many restaurants we would have lost, how many small businesses that have been here for decades that would have been casualties of COVID. And in many other cities, that's exactly what happened. And we were so fortunate in Encinitas not only to be able to offer this lifeline to our restaurants and our eateries, but also for ourselves to have that lifeline. I remember in the depths of COVID being able to go out and enjoy a meal with my family outside. And really, we weren't doing anything else. We couldn't travel. We couldn't see others. You know, it was basically the small joy of being able to dine outside, which I think is something that we're all going to treasure. About this issue of the use of public space. So when I think about these parking spots, and I know there's a little disagreement about how many we've actually used, these parking spots are public space. But essentially when you park your car there, it is a use of private storage. So your car is your private storage, which we as a public are allowing someone to park there. And before COVID, we didn't have parking time requirements. So essentially, one person could drive their car down to downtown and have it parked there for 8 hours. And basically it was just storage. And now when I look out and I see 4 people, 8 people using this dining in the same space that was occupied by a single car, to me, that's a higher and better use of our public space. So to me, that's a really important issue for us to bear down on. Lastly, the whole point of downtown is for people to enjoy themselves. And I don't think in my whole lifetime, having grown up in Encinitas, have I seen people enjoy themselves more than I have in the time that you see people eating outside, walking around, taking in the downtown. And not only are they parking once and eating downtown, but they're also patronizing the businesses that surround it. On foot, you can see a lot more than you can when you drive by at 35 miles per hour. So I think people have really come to know their downtown better through this avenue. And it's my hope that we'll continue to see businesses supporting one another. So all of you, please go get your haircut with Raul. Please go support Vicky's business that's been here for 38 years. They're truly incredible businesses, and even though we're currently experiencing conflict between business uses, we're all in it together. And so for these long-running family businesses, we've got to do all we can to make sure they thrive. And so for those reasons, I would just propose a couple of my thoughts for the shaping of our permanent ordinance. One actually is not related to the ordinance, but it was about a point that Vicky Bass brought up, that we're only allowing cars to park for 2 hours. And I think what we're hearing is that people want to be downtown longer. They want to park once, and then they want to do 3 different things. They want to go shopping, they want to eat, they might want to get their nails done. So can we increase the amount of time that we allow folks to park? So instead of 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. I think that would be helpful. I I don't want to confine the dining encroachments to just 25% of any given block. I think that it's going to be really difficult for us to sort out who gets to keep their encroachment and who doesn't. So maybe we have a long-running goal where, if a business is sold or a business is transferred, they're going to have to reapply for the encroachment. I don't think it's fair that it transfers with every business. I think we should require payment for the use of that space because we do need to have additional code enforcement officers out. I do think we need to clean our sidewalks more often. I think that we need to be doing a better job of proactively monitoring our stormwater pollution prevention and doing cleanups. With the continued outdoor dining, I think people are using our trash cans more than ever, so I think we need to increase the use of trash cans. All that costs money. And so I think it is incumbent on the restaurants to pay for the use of the space that they take that does require additional resources from the city. I'm in support of removing inactive encroachments as immediately as we can, giving some notice to those that have been inactive for more than a month or two that it's time to clean those up and restore the parking because if it's not being used for dining, it shouldn't be just kept for storage. The ADA issue is an important one to me. My mom's in a wheelchair, and it is difficult through some stretches of downtown for her to navigate when there's just, I think 4 foot is what the clearance requirement is. I wonder if we could increase it to 5 foot because there is quite a lot with the sandwich board signs, with banners hanging down. Somebody mentioned the fact that somebody's not always attentive of their dog, and maybe the dog's in the way. So I think we need to really pay attention to ADA and also with the formal requirements of what permanent encroachments look like built in the public space. They all need to be ADA accessible. And I don't know what the right way to do that is. I don't think it's the little ramps that lead up to a higher spot because then the ramp ends up taking sidewalk space. So I think it should be level with the sidewalk, but I'll leave that up to the experts. The uniform standards for barriers, I think in 2020, we got these orange barricades because it was all we could get. There was like a shortage of K-rail that was the permanent kind, and this was what we could get, and that's what's still out there. So I think we do need to invest in some permanent K-rail, and I like the idea of the fish shop owner, was it you that said Belmont Shore and Long Beach has standard look and feel. I like the idea of having artists decorate it, but I don't know, there's probably some program that we would need to implement to make sure that the art's appropriate, family-friendly, and all those kind of things. I think that the encroachments should be used exclusively for seating. So there were a few times where there was an example of a trailer that's being parked in front of a business. I don't support that. I think, there's got to be either they got to use their private space to have the trailer or the pop-up restaurant, and then the dining is what can take place in the parking spot. A concern that Rochelle brought up, which I haven't heard that much about, but perhaps you can let us know, is that the outdoor dining, are they allowed to seat as long as they're allowed to be open? So if they're open till midnight, can they seat outside until midnight?
My understanding is that we've been limiting them to 10 p.m., which is similar to the sidewalk cafe policy.
Yeah, that's great. I think that we should keep that as part of the permanent ordinance. I just had a few questions here. One question is this question of permission from the adjacent business. This is really important, but say that one of our restaurants goes forward and invests like $75,000 in their encroachment, and then something changes and their next door neighbor no longer wants to extend their permission. Are we going to set a minimum amount of time, which if somebody signs off and saying it's okay to do that, it's a year that they've extended that permission? And then the second part of that question is, what if the neighbor changes and then the new neighbor isn't going to allow the encroachment to exist? So it's a little bit about good neighbor policies. Like somebody's got to be acting really well for their neighbor to agree to let them do it. And I think that's part of why it's working right now, is that every adjacent business has agreed to allow an encroachment in front. But how will we navigate that going forward? Any idea?
Councilmember Hinsey, I would just suggest that that's something that we can, if we are directed to work on an ordinance, that's one of the things that we will consider and provide some level of standard to.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And then I mentioned this already, but I think we need to hash out whether or not the encroachment transfers with the business, because we talked about that in the context of vacation rentals, and we stopped it from being able to transfer with the home ownership. And I don't quite know what the best thing is, but I hope that we can analyze that and have some options for it. So I know I just talked a long time, but thank you for listening, and I think that concludes my comments.
Councilmember Lindis. Lines.
It's been a long night, I think.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments tonight. There were quite a few, and I learned a lot from you. I appreciate all the frank information and articulate info to help us. So I want to summarize some things that are outside of what Councilmember Hinsey's already talked about. And one of the ways I look at this is there are three really important things happening here. One is outside dining, which is what we're making a decision on tonight. Another is parking, and where do we stand with adequate parking in our downtown area, in the area where we also have the outside dining. And the next is generally our well-being of businesses in the community, and that's across not only restaurants, but all the other businesses in the community. I find that it's a little bit easier for me anyway to think of the three things separately, because I think the three things can be handled by the city separately. So as far as the outside dining, I have gotten very positive feedback from the public as well, and I do support continuing the outside dining. I do support putting together a permanent ordinance, and I'll give some thoughts on that. In the meantime, though, I think in a temporary way, as soon as we can, I'd like to propose to forward to the people who are using the space a fee to use the public space. And I think that would be something we could do right away. And it would also give us and give everyone a chance to get the revenue to really understand what monies we have to consider then moving forward with this program. Sometimes I think too, especially if a space isn't being readily used by someone who has a permit and has the orange barricades there, once you charge someone for something, they think about it a little more seriously, and they might likely say, no, we're not using it, we're not interested in continuing to. So that might kind of create its own solution for people. It might further help create the solution for people who are not using their space. Otherwise, though, I do support that if they are not using it for seating, that they be asked to not continue to reserve that space. So a couple other thoughts. Because I do support everything Councilmember Hinsey said. So in addition to that, I would like to say I would like to see us continue to really profile our already existing sidewalk dining as an option. Many restaurants would take advantage of that, whereas they might not want to go all in for the encroachment. I like the idea I heard today about a dedicated Uber Lyft in the locations in our downtown area. I think this is outside of well, it may be outside. Maybe our staff can give feedback on this, but it seems like it could be outside of the encroachment permit question, but it does then help clarify how the downtown area is used. And in addition to that, there was a suggestion about an electric vehicle that could provide a service that the city could help to make available to help people get from one end of the 101 to the other. I just think that's an awesome idea. And if you combine that with the Uber Lyft drop-off areas, you kind of have a shared use that might really add a lot of value and help help address the parking issue if you have to park a little further away. So those are that's mostly the encroachment comments. As far as the parking, I'd like to reserve decisions on that until we get our final parking study complete. I don't think we're very far away from that, from what I've been briefed by staff. And then we know what our numbers are. Today, we're not really clear. I would like to help solve the challenge of the parking. I wonder if we actually will find that we have spaces that are asphalted already and that are available for parking, but because we're not managing our parking holistically, that they might not be available when people need them. So if we can look at our parking from the perspective of how much do we really need, how close does it need to be, how does that combine with other kinds of circulation, and let's see what we can say is dedicated to replace the impact of the encroachments. I think we can solve that problem that way. As far as the businesses, I'm really, it's very close to my heart to make sure our businesses are doing well. And I'm very in close contact with Cardiff 101 to regularly understand how the businesses are doing in my district in D3. I know it's true across all businesses that even though we don't have the COVID issue as far as our own health, the businesses are suffering from high costs of inflation, from high costs of labor, from unavailable materials or whatever supplies they need. This is across the board. We're feeling it at the city too. Anything you want to get done now is costing 50% more. So the cost of running a business right now, you just kind of wonder too, is it going to ever go back? Once you go up, it's hard for the numbers to go back. So some businesses are fragile, and especially small businesses. The margins are really slim. And when you increase by those percentages of just the cost of doing business, and you're just trying to bring revenue in as much as you can, it just feels very fragile. So we've been talking with the 101s, with the chamber, with our city internally. Our deputy city manager is looking into economic development and trying to figure out with the chambers and with the 101s, how can we move together forward better to help all the small businesses in our city? And I'm going to call them out as the small ones need help. It seems like I have Sherry's in the back there looking at me. She's with the executive director of the chamber. The big businesses aren't saying to me anyway, and it could be because I'm listening to the D1 more than others, but they seem to be doing okay. But I need to learn more about that, and we need to really become more vital as far as our businesses, and we'll see what we can do as a city to help our chamber and our other associations, business associations, do better on that. The only other thing I wanted to say is, I guess maybe I'll conclude by saying, I look at our downtown area from the perspective of, I want to make it a vibrant people place. It's so vibrant already. I think that our outdoor dining helps to make it more vibrant. And what I would love to see is even more people mingling along the sidewalks, in the encroachments, through the businesses, coming down to get one thing and then going and buying another thing. The way I see it is that vitality is people. It's not cars. The people are the ones who buy things. The people are the ones who go to the businesses. So in my view, the cars are important, but not right in front of the businesses for that reason. And that's my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
So I think we can agree on several things. I heard very consistent feedback that we all like outdoor dining. We're in San Diego, of course. There's not, I eat outside downtown all the time. I think we all want a diverse economic base downtown and in Cardiff and in Leucadia. And I think we all probably agree the orange barriers and some of the temporary shielding, pretty damn ugly, to put it simply. So we got to solve it. We got to solve, and then I think the last one is people that are going to drive and come from out of the area, including D4 where I'm from. I'm not riding a bike down to downtown from Levenheim. They look for parking, and they do want convenient parking. So we do have to solve the parking, the aesthetic, and keep the vibrancy going. That's a good thing, but also support all the businesses. So I like to, I'm an engineer, right? I like to segment problems. One thing I also heard, and I think it was the Cardiff Main Street 101 person who very clearly pointed out the difference between the public right-of-way and the private parking. And so I want to use some examples tonight. I'll take the Shanty. That's all private parking. Fish shop actually has a parking lot there that is still a parking lot that could be swapped. Put the parking back on the street in the public right-of-way and put the outdoor dining. Other examples, Urban Sea. They converted their parking lot to outdoor dining. Leave it that way. That's fine. In fact, I'll look for staff to confirm this, with the new AB 2097, that's exactly what they have the right to do, and we cannot stop them from doing that today, correct?
That there would be no parking requirement.
There's no parking requirement, so their private parking space or their private parking lots, they can do with as they wish today.
Yes, that is correct.
So obviously our future ordinance will support that and continue that. We really don't have a choice. And so what I look at is the public parking space and the right-of-way. I think we've been calling them parklets. And I'm only talking about the ones that are out using typically 101 parking spaces. And that's where we have to balance that parking versus non-parking. So with the AB 2097, what's going to happen long-term to the private parking supply? And in particular, I'm focusing on downtown 101, downtown between maybe D and F. It's going to go away. The only parking down there will be publicly provided parking 20, 30 years, maybe 40 years from now. And that'll be the train station, that'll be the City Hall parking lot out here, and of course, any parking that remains on 101. So I'm going to guard that very carefully because of what the state just did. I think I agree with the comments. I forget which one of my co-counsel made it, but I want to see the parking. Before I make a decision on parking, I want to see a real city-done parking count, and I want to see it by block to understand the impacts of that 25%, whether it would actually open up parking spaces in the downtown in particular, or whether we'd be giving significant numbers away. And is the number 100? I heard 173 used, 176, 175, and I heard 40. So I want to get that before I make a direct. But bottom line is, I think we need to protect that parking. I made the comment earlier that downtown is different than Cardiff and Leucadia, and I think Shanty, I see no problem with continuing the Shanty with their parking lot. That's private. Literally, I can't stop it anyways, but I support it. And I think similar in Leucadia, there are quite a few shops that are in Leucadia that, and by the way, if we're going to allow it in Leucadia on segments of streetscape that have not, Leucadia streetscape, that have not been built, then let's incorporate it into the streetscape design and make it, and this is where Gene Chappell and I were on Planning Commission 22 years ago. Man, that guy's smart. I love the idea of turn it into a publicly owned space that could be rented, leased out to the local, and just handle it that way. If we're going to convert parking on the side. Now, Leucadia is unique because they've got quite a bit of parking on the opposite side next to the tracks. Cardiff, I think, also has certainly the Seaside Market parking and quite a bit of parking around there. So I think it's unique. And even the south end of downtown has far more parking available than D Street to F Street. So when I say I want to protect the street parking, D to F is probably the most key and important place. maybe as we move on longer term, we can talk about putting a multi-story parking lot out here. But that's a huge capital expense, and that's going to be years before we do it. But that's how we're going to have to manage this. Having the parking study will be very important. One of the things I did is I went and we actually did a parking study back in 2001 and just went through that. None of these problems are new. And in 2008, we did a outdoor dining standard and updated our ordinance back then. It was I listened to the meeting last night, and a lot of the discussions we're having tonight, that council had then. So getting down to, things I would support. Absolutely get the parking study done and give us actual counts by block of what is taken, what is dedicated to dining and what is parking, and tell me where we are relative, or tell us where we are relative to the 25% threshold. I like the idea, if it's applicable anywhere, can we convert some space, public space, into a common eating area, again, to give us a destination to go to. But if it's going to be in the public space, I think we're going to own it. The one other area one comment, I have been talking to people about this. I've been walking with Raul up and down. I've been walking by myself. When I go for lunch from here, I walk up and down taking pictures. I have noticed that at noon, at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, most of the outdoor seating in the street, not on the sidewalk, in the street, is empty. It's mostly empty. Maybe one exception at one of the restaurants or two. This is, again, D to F. So that's why I think that there's probably, in that area, I'm going to be hard-pressed to give up too many of those parking spaces. So the other thing is, I've talked to quite a few people in Olevenheim and New Encinitas, and very few, no, none that I've talked to will ride a bike to downtown Encinitas. So they're not, in fact, quite a few said they stopped going to downtown Encinitas because of the parking and crowding problems, and traffic problems too. But they have made a comment that they cannot find parking down there, and I've heard that from dozens of people as I go out and talk to my constituents. Now, D4, Olevenheim, New Encinitas, may be different than D1, D2, and even D3, right? Because they're all right down along 101. So, but I think as a proxy, D4 does represent a lot of the same out-of-city customers for downtown. So it does impact out-of-city customers in some D4. And with that, I'll stop for now, and I'm sure we'll probably go another round.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
We may go another round, but I'm going to try to keep my comments brief because there were some really good comments made, and I agree with many of what those comments that the other council members made. So I'm going to touch on a couple things. I looked back at the strategic plan for the city of Encinitas, and there's this paragraph about evolving and preserving community character, and in that it talks about making sure we have a great mix of businesses. So I do want to find some common ground where we can help our small businesses and have a variety of businesses. With that said, I will support extending that temporary outdoor dining and working on a permanent ordinance. I think COVID was sudden and very devastating to people as well as businesses. But if we make a sudden change here, that will be very devastating to those that have been benefiting from the outdoor dining parklets. So I just want to be really careful that we're thoughtful there. I'd like to see us move fast, though, on developing our own permanent ordinance and getting it back here, along with the parking study, which I do think is a related but separate issue. I also think I heard we could start to charge for the spaces now that are being used on the public right-of-way. And if we can, I'm looking to, is that correct? We could start that?
Yes.
I'd like to try to do that now while in parallel we're working on an ordinance. And the reason I think is that would probably separate that wheat from the chaff about the businesses that really want to continue to invest in the parklets and have them there, and the ones that aren't that committed to it and don't want to pay. And so that would free up some parking, which is good. It would help us with more enforcement efforts, which we need. And I think, yeah, and I think those are the two big things. But it would also make sure we have those that are really committed to it. And those are the businesses that are probably going to make their parklets look nice. On that front, I'd love the ordinance to include more aesthetics on the design standards. By that I mean we probably can pick some, whether here or in other cities that are doing this, that look great. And maybe that's the bar we set. And try to help the businesses get to, it doesn't have to all look the same, but just to make sure they're sturdy, they're safe, they look really good. And yes, of course, we have to do something about the orange barricades. So I think that would be really very important. The last thing I'll say is about the parking study and ideas for parking. We hear a lot about angled parking, and that is one idea, but I would really like to encourage us to expand and think of other ways, like we heard tonight. The ideas of shuttles and other ways to get people downtown, the Uber, Lyft dedicated spots. This would help, and this will alleviate some of the pressure we're feeling from the change in parking. So that's where I fall tonight, and I think I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I want to follow up with Councilmember Ayler's point about the shanty. He indicated there isn't anything that we could do about that, but there is, right? There is a possibility that we could require private parking be restored. So in other words, you know, this is a private property, but the parking spaces were there based upon city ordinance and development standards, right?
Well, the shanty specifically is outside of the AB 2097.
Right. So
bubble.
therefore, we could theoretically say, nope, we're going to go back to the original standards, and you're going to have to go back inside, and we'll store cars in the parking lot, which was originally intended.
With a permanent ordinance, yes.
Yes. And I have no interest in doing that. I just wanted to be clear that we, in fact, this is a choice, and it's something that we're going to be dealing with, especially in Cardiff, because I don't think there are any public parking encroachments anywhere in downtown Cardiff. So all of the outdoor dining in Cardiff is the result of our relaxation of our parking standards. And so, you know, I don't know how we carve out room for food serving establishments or how that will work, but I am interested in doing that because I think it is, my goal, frankly, is to use public space for people's enjoyment, not for storage of cars. And I get that we need to store cars. I am riding my bike every day, but I am not naive, and I know that cars are still going to rule the world, so we have to accommodate cars. The question is, to what extent do we allow the storage of cars to encroach upon the enjoyment of that public space? And I had breakfast at Encinitas Cafe on Saturday, and the number of people that I saw enjoying that deck that was built out in front of Encinitas Cafe was really, to me, a great pleasure, just because there were a whole bunch of people out there and enjoying the beautiful city that we live in and having a cup of coffee and breakfast. I saw just countless people cruising by on the sidewalk. Our downtown the vitality is just, it's the envy of, I think, many cities. So I want to continue that. But I also want the barbershop and other businesses to be able to operate successfully as well. So our goal here is to try and balance this need for brick and mortar retail, automotive services, other non-food serving establishments to also have parking. And I think there are some really creative solutions available to us. We're not proposing anything tonight because we're just kind of checking in to make sure we're still focused on an ordinance making this permanent. I think that we'll have a motion and a vote on that, and I look forward to that. I also want to agree with Councilmember Hinsey that we should be analyzing the length of parking that we allow in the business district in downtown, and the question whether the encroachments run with the business. I think some of these businessmen out here have built an asset And the question is whether the parklets, the encroachments into the parking area are a part of that asset. And so we need to be clear about that. I don't know what the right answer to that is, but I think it's important that we are explicit in that conversation so that everybody has an understanding. I also think we should be looking at situations like Chiaro is next to the 101 Diner. The 101 Diner operates in the morning through lunch. Chiaro is at dinner. Is there any way to combine their seats so that we can pick up some more parking spaces? And interestingly enough, that just happens to be a location where we have a streetscape bench, and that streetscape bench was built in a way to accommodate people just sitting there. Maybe we need to look at what it would take to reconstruct that bench so that it actually, people could sit there and dine there, and that the businesses could operate that way. So that's an important consideration. I have a couple more comments, but I'll go on to Councilmember Ehlers at this point. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the conundrums I was contemplating, I'm not sure I have an answer yet, is, and it gets back to the aesthetics that other council members were talking about. And it also gets back to, there was a comment about the downtown streetscape and how much money. I didn't remember 60 million, but I remember it was expensive when we did.
No, it was about 6 million.
6 million, yeah. I thought it was way, way less, yeah. So the question is, how do we make this look integrated with the current streetscape? And so that's going to require, I think, some concrete work. It's going to require curbing, probably even some flagstone if that's what it fits. You know, however you make it work so it's safe, so the car cannot careen off of the 101 and into diners. But makes it look good and makes it look like it's integrated, kind of like the seating that Mayor Kranz was talking about. That's really safe and substantial. And then that same concern and issue couples with the running with the land and who owns that land out there. I mean, it's the city owning the land ultimately. We're not giving up the ownership. But what happens as restaurants come and go? Do you make them tear it out and put it back to parking? Or are we on this as each different store frontage converts and they put up this concrete system, and then the next unit down becomes a restaurant? Do we continue to lose more of the public parking, which is really the only permanent parking we're going to be providing? And I'm in the downtown area, so I don't know the answer to that right now, but I would like to see any of this street parking, conform aesthetically to the streetscape design. And now we're in the midst of doing Leucadia, same thing. I do stand corrected. I had forgotten that, the AB 2097 is only a half-mile radius. So, again, my main concern has been the downtown parking, and specifically D to F. And I totally support Cardiff converting private to outdoor dining and making it look even better than temporary carpet and umbrellas. So. So that said, I just wanted to go down the list. I've been trying to keep a running tally. I support lengthening the downtown parking from 2 to 3 hours so that people can both eat and shop. I think that 2-hour number is just a little too low. The required payment for space, if we're going to go and convert right away to eating, I do want to see a standard rent. I think there were some modest numbers that were in the report. Removing inactive parklets, I support. Exclusively for seating, in other words, you can't put a trailer, I support. And also, I think I already said it, wait for the final parking study to really get into the depths of parking count and thresholds. Aesthetic design standards, I support. And then I don't know where I stand right now on encroachments running with the business, because they are on public property. So that I think I'm still open on. And I'll yield.
Councilor Lyons.
I'd like to talk about the District 3, the Cardiff, just a little bit more for information, and then I'll attempt to put a motion together. So in the Cardiff area, the businesses are extending into areas. In some cases, that's into some parking. I know that many of them are interested in looking at getting the right permits in place to make that permanent. You know, just like you would extend or build on to your business. So they're looking into that because I think they've realized that, or they know that this is a really valuable thing. So in those conversations that we've had with the businesses, they know that in order to do that, they would have to demonstrate that they do have enough parking according to what the city's requirements are. And the initial feedback from them is based on the amount of parking available nearby that they could demonstrate that. So I know that we're talking now about just a 2-year time frame. So there's something to be said for, yeah, this is just a 2-year time frame. Let's make this decision tonight. There could be some long-term changes in the community based on how people are enlightened about what the opportunities are. And I think the bar is a lot lower for the Cardiff restaurant owners in that regard because it is on private property and not on public property. So I think that's good news. Ultimately, in response to Councilmember Ehler's comments that are beginning to me to sound like, wow, maybe we should think about this as a streetscape and make it kind of think about it in terms of how could this evolve into being more permanent. That may be a really good goal for us. And I'd like to give that more discussion. But for now, I do want to be sensitive in what we're deciding tonight, that we give staff some guidance that's somewhat clear on that, or maybe just some suggestions to come back with options, because I'm sensitive to how much the cost would be right now to either the business or the city to upgrade to a pretty high, nice level at this point, versus how do we make this look good, look acceptable, be aesthetically pleasing, be safe, check the boxes that we need to check to make sure we're providing all the basic requirements so that we can have ADA compliance, so that it can be safe, drainage, all these things that are important, but not to burden either the businesses or the cities too much at this point. Consider this a step and perhaps an iterative process in the long term that we give some more thought to see how we can keep our streets vital in the long run. So let me try to put a motion together to give staff direction to extend the temporary outdoor dining to July 1, 2026, with a permanent ordinance, to work on a permanent ordinance, with, in the short term, adding then a fee for the use of the public space to the businesses that are using that space. I am going to also add then to develop design standards that will meet the safety and aesthetic requirements. I know that we've talked about a lot of things, but I think this is guidance to staff to come back with all those options. I'm just going to see if I can catch anything else here just to try to make it as complete of a motion. I'm going to add to have no limit on the percentage of businesses per block. And that's the motion.
I'll second your motion. And I want to emphasize something that Councilmember Blackwell mentioned. And I think it's important that we impose the rent for the spaces, because I don't want us designing a parking study for replacement of spots we never actually will end up losing, because I think there will be some attrition once we start charging. So Yeah, I'm curious to see this parking study. I know that when we did the protected bike lanes between Chesterfield and Swami's, we created an additional 53 parking spots. So if that can help us out, I think we should remember that we did that, even though we didn't do that under the duress of the Coastal Commission. And I think it is, I know we heard some comments that were opposed to angled parking, but we do have angled parking on Highway 101. We have reverse angle parking on Highway 101 now, on North Coast Highway 101, and it has allowed us to double the amount of parking that you have when you have parallel parking. So parallel parking is not easy. Backing out of a reverse angle or a nose-in spot is not easy. It's just a learning curve of it is a little bit more difficult and takes a little bit more space to do the reverse angle. And Second Street is full of opportunity. So I hope we don't rule that one out. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I would point out a couple things. One, yes, we have diagonal parking in downtown, and there was some concern about safety, bike safety, and because these decks have essentially taken the space that's allocated for parking, and so the decks haven't created any more or less safe for bicyclists because they were already pushed out into the road because of the parking. So I think it's important to keep in mind that these decks are just basically taking up the same space that car parking was taking up. I appreciate the motion, and I would like to request that, in fact, this particular staff report does touch on some of the issues related to the cost of the space. And I do think that our next step should be to establish what the cost is going to be. And therefore, we will, as mentioned, businesses are going to have to make a choice whether they really want those spots or not. And so we're going to be able to fairly, I think, quickly identify the actual number of parking spaces. I tried to pull up the staff report from 2022, which I recall had 55 or some parking spaces that are currently being used for dining in downtown. So the hundreds is just not, I think it's very unlikely, but I could be wrong. So I'm looking forward to the parking study as well. So maybe we can bring back the parking study and an analysis of the cost of this space at the same time. And I have no idea how long we think that might take to be able to advance those things, but I look forward to it at the earliest possible time so that we can kind of keep this conversation, keep things moving forward, and remove any question marks about the program. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I wonder if the motion maker and second would consider a couple of friendly amendments. One would be develop aesthetic design, which I agree with, but also, and safety, because I think they go hand in hand. That the aesthetics and the safety the safety is such an important part of what's going on here right next to the roadway. And then also, I think there were a couple other ideas that seemed to be pretty popular up here, lengthening the parking downtown from 2 to 3 hours. And then removing, I would look for something in the ordinance to remove inactive parklets. And again, I'm talking about roadway converted parking spaces, and also requirement that the converted parking be used exclusively for seating, for dining, and not other restaurant uses. So I think those were things that were, I would almost call consensus up here, but if.
So thank you for reiterating those. I think definitely the aesthetics and the safety are aligned very much with the development standards I was talking about. I hadn't really thought that this was the right opportunity to go from 2 to 3 hours on the parking, but if it is, I'll definitely, I'll be open to that as well. And I agree with the inactive being removed, but I think that should end up going hand in hand with whether they have a permit or not. But I think what you're saying is, what if they have a permit and then it's still inactive? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. I agree with that. And then the seating as the use, the allowed use, seating and dining and tables and things, is the allowed use. That's acceptable to me.
I accept as well.
Cool. And then the one thing I don't agree with is the no limit on the percentage, because in particular in downtown, with that in there unilaterally across the entire thing, I won't be supporting the motion, but mostly support the motion, if that makes sense. So it's what's that now?
I said that was a tricky way of doing that, where you introduced some things and then said you're not going to support it.
You know, you can even second motions and vote against them. There's no problem with that, you know.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Motion carries with Ehlers voting no.
Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate everybody coming out and speaking to the issues here. Very important. We want to have a good, solid business districts, so thank you all. We're moving on to item 10B, which is consideration of resolution 2023-90 to implement a distribution of tickets and passes policy, which is kind of a weird policy to have to adopt because I don't get a whole lot of tickets and passes.
Where are those tickets and passes?
Yeah. Are we hoping we're going to get some?
Yeah, maybe if we have a policy, we'll get some, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. My name is London Adams, Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. I have Assistant City Manager Jennifer Campbell up here with me. Tonight, I will be presenting the consideration to adopt Resolution 2023-90, City Council Policy Number C009, Ticket and Pass Distribution Policy. The background: to be in compliance with the Fair Political Practices Commission, also known as FPPC, Regulation 189441 in Attachment 2, all cities must implement a ticket and pass distribution policy. The ticket and pass distribution policy sets forth the circumstances under which an agency's distribution of tickets or passes is to a city official. The distribution of tickets or passes to an official under this regulation is not considered a gift if, number one, it is not earmarked by the original source for use by the agency official who uses the ticket or pass. Two, the agency determines in its sole discretion which the official may use the ticket or pass. And three, the distribution of the ticket or pass by the agency is made in accordance with the written policy adopted by the agency. Some examples: this policy initially applies to tickets which provide admissions to facility events, shows, or performances for the purpose of entertainment, amusement, recreational, or similar purposes. The first example would be show tickets. Tickets distributed by the city to any city official, which they treat as any sort of income, would be reported on a Form 700 provided by FPPC in a prominent fashion on the city's website as well, and on a W-2 as a taxable fringe benefits. Income that's considered de minimis, as defined by the Internal Revenue Service, will not be reported on a W-2 form. The second example would be ceremonial roll events, which would serve as public purposes. The city may only distribute such tickets to or at the behest of an official in order to accomplish a public purpose. Tickets distributed by the city to any city official, which they treat as one or more public purposes, shall be reported on a Form 802 provided by the FPPC in a prominent fashion and on the city's website, and emailed to the FPPC within 45 days after distribution. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution Number 2023-90, City Council Policy C009, Ticket and Pass Distribution Policy.
Well, I accept your recommendation and would move approval. Councilmember Ehlers?
I'll second that approval. I just had one question, which is in the de minimis comment. Is there a dollar number associated with what is considered by the IRS de minimis?
It would be $50, anything within $590 within a calendar year. Anything over $50 would have to be reported on a Form 802.
Anything over 50, okay.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So sometimes we get tickets that we don't ask for, like for example, the Del Mar Fair. And I think the amount that we receive adds up to more than 50. Are we able to adopt like an individual council preference that we just don't accept tickets because we don't want to have to go through these additional reporting requirements?
Councilmember Hinsey, you could, this is a new council policy that we're adopting, so, I mean, if the council so chose to do that, however, you wouldn't want to necessarily bind other councils. Councils could, in the future, have the ability to go ahead and revisit a policy. However, each individual council member is able to make that decision on their own, so sometimes it's nice to let each individual council member make that choice. This just helps outline what tickets you can and can't take, how they need to report it. So it's nice to always have the option for council members to do that. And of course, individual council members can always choose not to take tickets or any type of gifts or things like that they wouldn't have to report.
Okay, so right now we could let you know and say it's our personal preference to not accept anything. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we're ready to vote.
Motion
Great job,
carries.
London. You sold us all.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, on to item 10C, which is discussion and possible appointments to us and other boards and agencies. There was an attachment in this staff report that includes our current assignments. I think the ones that we need to vote on are NCTD, Sandag, and then those are two that we have to take separate votes on, and then the rest we can work out and then take a vote on that. So I would propose that I would make a motion that for NCTD, we keep the assignments the same, which is Councilmember Hinsey is the primary and I am the alternate.
I'll second that motion.
Motion carries unanimously.
And with Sandag, I would do the same thing, and Sandag is, I am the primary, and Councilmember Hinsey is the alternate, and Councilmember Lyons is the second alternate.
I'll second that as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And there are a number of these committees and appointments that involve mayoral and deputy mayoral assignments, so those will be changing. I would, and the only changes that I would recommend are a couple. I would recommend that Councilmember Hinsey and Councilmember Lyons be on the School District Liaison Committee. And I would recommend that I would nominate Deputy Mayor Blackwell to serve on the Cultural Tourism Committee with Councilmember Lyons. And then finally, I would request that I be replaced by Deputy Mayor Blackwell on the San Leo JPA. And the point of these, the Cultural Tourism Committee and the School District Liaison and the San Leo JPA is intended to reduce the number of times I have to tell my boss that I have a city meeting to go to. And he's been super patient, and I appreciate having a job, but I take this job seriously too, so I want to be at everything that I am appointed to serve on, and it's just getting to be a bit much.
Was that a motion?
Councilmember Ehlers.
I had one question. There was no alternate on San Diego County Water Authority, and was that intentional?
You know, I don't know why it is that we don't have an alternate, but we don't have an alternate, and we've never had an alternate.
So Yeah, I actually think it's the structure of the board. I'm not absolutely sure, but I think if you're not able to go, you assign a proxy of another board member in your place. I could check that, but I think that's why we haven't had an alternate.
Yeah, there's never been one, and I suspect there's something about the way their bylaws are or whatever, however they're formed, that keeps that from happening. But maybe if you would please, Joy, look into that, or I don't know, somebody on staff.
I will. And I'll second your motion to make those 3 changes, Mayor.
Any other comments before we vote?
Is this gonna be the last vote, or are we gonna talk about some others?
No, we want to get everything else lined up before we vote.
Okay. Just on the subcommittees, I noticed that, I believe that the mayor and Bruce served on the La Costa Avenue subcommittee. And I'd like to suggest that we replace Deputy Mayor Blackwell for that subcommittee if the work obviously needs to continue, because we haven't really made progress there. So that would be my recommendation.
I guess, since we have a subcommittee that is, City Attorney, if we have a subcommittee with 2 members on it, is it possible to switch out one of those members without running afoul of the Brown Act?
Well, you're not running afoul of the Brown Act if it's on the agenda here tonight.
So this
No, but I mean,
specific subcommittee wasn't listed here, but I believe that it was approved as a subcommittee at some point.
Yeah, so in the past, this is what we've done, is we've listed the committees. If something's missing, then we make sure we have it added so we can have it accurate for 2024. And if any of these are no longer, like if they've been completed, then you let us know that they're completed so they can come off the list.
And to be clear, Mr. City Attorney Tarquin, the issue isn't what we're doing here tonight. It's whether, if Councilmember Ehlers and I have been on a subcommittee and we've been talking about issues related to La Costa Avenue, can we swap one of us out with a third person without running afoul of, serial meetings or that sort of thing?
No, it would be proper to have it on the agenda. If the question is, do you need to have that subcommittee listed on the agenda for purposes of swapping out?
He means if they swap it out, and then now there's 3 people who have talked about something.
It potentially creates a serial meeting, yes.
Okay, so before we do that, why don't we have some more conversation about it, and then we can bring it back as an agenda item. Councilmember Ehlers?
And I think it would be confusing to the neighbors, because they're still going to call Tony and ask questions and cause a serial meeting of one type or another, I would fear, so.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons?
Well, now that I've looked at our subcommittees a little more closely, I'm wondering if our traffic circle ad hoc subcommittee and our water conservation ad hoc subcommittee are no longer in place.
I can tell you the traffic circle one is 6 feet under. Yeah, dead.
It's done.
Dead.
Decisions are made.
Yeah.
And the water conservation, we concluded that this year through the San Diego Water District.
Yeah, so they're both on here to show that they're completed, and so this is just to confirm that they're completed, and if they are, then they'll come off the list from the active.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Excuse me, I just wanted to comment about the La Costa subcommittee. I mean, I think there is confusion, to Councilmember Ehlers' point, but I think it's because they are going to multiples. And they'll still continue to come to their District 1 representative. I've had a community meeting just last week on that. It's fine. I think we can coordinate. I think we can bring some things to full council that need to be. If we can make a change, great, but if not, I'll figure out how to live within it.
Yeah, and I would commit to, the purpose of that subcommittee to begin with, back when Joe Mosca was still on the council, was to explore the settlement agreement that Carlsbad and City of Encinitas entered into as part of a lawsuit where the City of Encinitas sued Carlsbad over a project that they had approved on Highway 101 up on the north side of the Bataquitos Lagoon. So we did that, and then when Joe left the council, Bruce replaced him. We had some more conversations I think we're at a point now where it's much more likely and reasonable, frankly, to have public conversations with the full council. So that's what I would commit to, is that we limit any kind of subcommittee meetings and just make it all public business. Okay?
We could list it as almost completed.
Pardon me?
We can list it as almost completed.
Yes.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, the Fire Governance Standing Committee, and it just might be our error on here, that actually changed last year from Hinsey to Kranz and Ehlers. Are you changing it back to Hinsey?
No, I think I'd like to stay on that. so.
Okay. I think I just need to, that was changed last year, and I think we didn't tell you. Sorry.
We'll let Jen.
Did you have more, or did I forget to take that off? Okay, so are there any other comments for stuff? Are we ready to vote?
So before we vote, I just want to make sure I've got everything. So page 3, there's no changes. It's as listed. Page 4, we're San Alejo JPA, we're switching out Kranz with Blackwell. Page 5, no changes, as is. Page 6, as is. And then page 8, cultural tourism will be Blackwell and Lines. School district liaison to be Hinsey and Lines. Fire governance will correct to be Kranz and Ehlers. We'll remove traffic circle subcommittee and the water conservation ad hoc subcommittee since they are complete. And then we'll add to that list the La Costa Avenue subcommittee, which is Ehlers and Kranz.
I do have one more that I would like to change out, and that would be on page 4, the Santa Fe Irrigation District, San Diego Water District Joint Advisory Committee, and R.E. Badger Facilities Finance Authority. I would ask that Deputy Mayor Blackwell replace me on that. Is that okay?
I think so. I'm absorbing how much I'm picking up right now, so yeah, I think it's
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, did you mean for the city clerk to bring back La Costa, or did you mean we don't need the committee anymore, we're just bringing things to council directly?
correct.
Oh,
So
we
no,
don't
you
need
don't
to
need
add
to
that
bring it
to
back.
No, we don't. Yep, it's almost dead, not quite. Yeah, I think what I am committing to is making anything that needs to be discussed a full
So then the
council
answer is yes,
conversation.
we're killing it. So
Yeah,
we can-
essentially, but
yeah.
we don't want to
Okay.
take it out of here, I don't think, do we?
Well, no, I think we should.
Oh, okay.
I think we should take it out as completed and just say that future will all be here in the public forum.
I'm
And
okay with that.
We didn't have any plans for additional meetings,
No.
right? And I think we walked it, we
Yeah.
talked to the neighbors, and the next meeting, January 10th, has a Sheridan on there as a
does.
consideration, so. So I think it's a good time to kill it. So it is now 6 feet under, to use the mayor's vernacular.
You ready to vote? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on, there are no informational items, no council member initiated items, so that takes us to AB 1234 reports.
I'll start. I have rotated off as chair of the Encina Wastewater Authority. And also, we are putting special effort into evaluating how we get bids on capital improvement projects for the upcoming capital improvement program. Our bids have been coming in really high, and we're looking to see if we can learn something about best practices for a good bid announcement and bidding environment for their capital improvement program. That's all I have.
I don't have an AB 1234 announcement, but more of a general announcement is that for the January 10th, I actually have a potential conflict, a good conflict. Our company trip to this year is to Dominican Republic, so I'm going to try and do a remote one from there on January 10th. So I'm gonna follow Kelly's examples and go enjoy myself. So if you hear Caribbean music and margaritas being blended in the background, just ignore it.
That sounds like fun. Okay, I have a couple little updates here. So on the San Diego Community Power front, we had a really favorable ruling by the CPUC that is going to save our ratepayers over $100 million over 12 years. And that was, it's technical, but that we weren't having to pay the same capacity fee for departing SDG&E customers and the newly onboarded SDCP ratepayers. So that was really good news. And then we also approved our application to the CPUC for our regional energy network. So that was something that we learned about at the Civic Well Conference last January, and we were the only major area that didn't have this regional energy network. So that network, once approved, which probably will take 12 to 14 months, helps us to implement energy efficiency programs that are focused on the underserved, hard-to-reach residents, businesses, and public agencies. So that will all accrue a lot of millions of dollars of benefits for us. And then we will be setting our rates in early January on January 24th. Those are my updates from San Diego Community Power. And then for NCTD, I'm proud to announce that the candidate that we advanced to serve as our new executive director, their contract will be on our agenda tomorrow, so we'll be approving their contract tomorrow if all goes well. And this person is named Sean Donahue, and he's a third-generation public transportation professional. He brings 25 years of experience to the job. He came to us from C-Tran, which is in the Vancouver, Portland area. And his system won North American Transit System of the Year in 2022 and 2019. And if he begins, it will be March 1st. So he's giving his agency time to get into a good position and to come join NCTD. But some of the highlights of what we really liked about him was that he had implemented a brand new bus rapid transit lane ahead of schedule, under budget, added 2 rapid bus transit lines to the planning phase. He launched an on-demand shuttle share service, and he also brought battery electric bus to the C-Tran fleet. So he has a lot of feathers in his cap, and he's just a really wonderful person, and I encourage you all to seek him out if you get the opportunity. That's my report. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
That off. I have nothing to report either. Are there any city manager reports?
So just real quick, beginning Friday, the City Hall facilities and Cali Mag will be closed until January 2nd. And although we're closed, we do have facilities that are on call, et cetera. We have some code enforcement activities that are on call, et cetera. And so I just want to wish everybody a happy holidays, and hopefully it'll be quiet and enjoyable, and I hope Santa brings you everything that you're wishing for.
Thank you. City attorney reports.
Just like to wish everyone happy holidays, a happy new year, and I look forward to seeing everyone in 2024.
Thank you. City clerk reports.
Just a reminder that we are still accepting applications for the commissions. I know I'm beating this to death, but applications are available on the city's website, and there are 2 application periods. We have, the first one is for incumbents who've all been notified, and then a week later is the due date for our new applicants. So just reminding everybody that it's available online. And then, like everyone else, just wishing everyone a very happy, healthy, and more than that, safe holiday.
Thank you. And I know it's late, but I would ask your indulgence. I would like to adjourn the meeting tonight in honor of a couple people. And I think we have a picture of Dave Grubb. And I've known Dave since becoming active in politics. He's was an environmental advocate like no other. And so I'm going to read a short obituary that was written by Livia Borak-Bowden, who served with him on the Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation. And it says, "We recently lost a tireless advocate for the environment and friend, Dave Grubb. Those who worked with him or against him knew he was thoughtful, hardworking, committed, and persistent. He actively participated in many organizations and was routinely the one keeping us organized. Dave refused to suffer laziness or euphemism. His focus was laser sharp. Yet he was involved in virtually every environmental issue in San Diego County: climate, wildlife, land preservation, water supply and quality, coastal resources, and transportation. On a personal note, I'll miss Dave's laugh, the way he fell asleep during late meetings. Everybody awake here? And his ability to call BS. I'm grateful for the nearly 2 decades I worked alongside Dave. He will not soon be forgotten. And I got an email from him not long after we reached agreement to purchase Surfers Point, and he was immediately dreaming of all the wonderful things that property could do for environmental stewardship. As you can see, I see that the city may purchase the Surfers Point parcel. Can you tell me what the use for it might be? I am working on a project to identify parcels that could allow expansion of wetlands at sea level as sea level rises. The low elevation part of Surfers Point would be good for that purpose. And that was Dave. He was always looking for ways to improve the environment. And this is a picture of myself alongside Christine Brewington. Neil Brewington is on the right. Neil was my mentor at San Diego High School. He ran the print shop there, and I spent a lot of time in his classroom. And I'm going to read Christine's obituary because she recently passed away. Christine passed peacefully, surrounded by family after a valiant fight with cancer. Born in Pasadena, she was nurtured by the California sun. Later, as a student at San Marino High School in her senior year, she cut class every Wednesday and still graduated. She proved herself at San Diego State University and earned a degree in sociology while keeping it cool at Alpha Chi Omega sorority. It was at SDSU where she began a 56-year journey with her husband, Neil, and her true love, Fleetwood Mac. Never to be outdone, she later earned a master's degree in educational technology from her alma mater. And journey they did. With their 2 amazing children, Ryan and Dana, they traveled the world. Christine's devotion to her family included time for racket sports and hiking. The occasional house exchange opened her eyes to different countries and cultures. A lifelong elementary school educator, Christine was a tireless and enthusiastic teacher. Cardiff School and Solana Beach School Districts were lucky to have her, and they knew it. For her creativity and pedagogy, she was awarded Teacher of the Year. Christine is survived by 2 of her 3 sisters, her husband, and her 2 children. A celebration of life will be held at Cardiff Elementary School, January 27th, 2024, from 12 to 3 p.m. The Cardiff Elementary School Library will accept donations in memorial. So in honor of Dave Grubb and Christine Brewington, this meeting is adjourned.